The following program is for adult audiences only.
I found a star in you, always guiding me to where my words are true. I've waited a million years before, and I do it all again just to make sure. Yeah, it's hard to be this real. We can play our favorite song, dancing to it all night long. With you I feel something, 'cause we're both so unashamed. We're not playing any games. Yeah, it's hard to be this real. We can play our favorite song, dancing to it all night long. With you I feel something, 'cause we're both so unashamed. We're not playing any games.
Everyone was standing idly by, trying not to watch or intervene, as tears were streaming down her face, down her face. Try to let it go. Try to let it fall, to let it pass, to let it go. so lightly that it would be caught in a breeze. She whispered words not meant to be heard. She started to shiver, though she didn't freeze. Try to let it go. Try to let it fall, to let it pass, to let it go.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Hope you're all doing well.
Hope you're all doing well out there. Hope you guys all had a fantastic week ahead of you. I hope you guys have plenty of coffee and alcohol and nicotine, because today's show is exactly like the thumbnail below you. It's going to be an emotional dumpster fire. There's probably going to be a lot of cussing because I get irritated. And this entire week, it's just been one irritation after the other, and it's just slowly been building up until today. And so today, I know it's been a while since I've been on my pulpit. It's been a while since I've been on my soapbox, so it's time to vent all these frustrations and get them out in the air.
Oh, goody.
It is literally driving me insane because I'm telling you, folks, we need to get our ducks in a row if we're ever going to win this battle against the antis, against the prohibitionists that are out there. And the sad reality is our own advocates don't know the facts. They think they know. And they're trying to be precautious like the scientists are. We don't quite know 100%, but this is what I think it is. Can we please just follow the facts? Can we all get on the same freaking page? So we all say the same thing and put the same message out there? Saturday is my normal day when I watch the show from the night before. Patrick and Brain Fart, I can't think of Vaping IT. They do a wonderful show on Friday nights, right? And it's a little late in my day, especially because I'm usually busy during the day Friday, so I don't get a chance to actually watch it live. But every Saturday, I'm one of the 35-some people that watch this show because I want to know what the news, you know. If it's already been covered on there, I don't need to cover it. Because if anybody really wants to know stuff that isn't, you know, covered in today's show, well, you can go watch that one. Or you can go watch any of the other shows that are out there. Go watch Grim Green on Thursdays when his does his news. You know, he covers what he comes across and what, you know, irritates him the most. But for me, it's just been one irritation after another this week. And I want to thank Pippa's Live for putting out there the information from the parliamentary hearings in New South Wales. Dr. Colin Mendelsohn testified on it. And I found out something when I watched the video on his channel about it, because he advocates to have a vaping area in schools. Boom. Done. And they looked at him like he was some crazy madman. What do you mean? Vaping area in schools? He's like, yes. He's like, that's going to be a free-for-all. He's like, no. It's under the prescription model. So if kids have an addiction to nicotine, rather than them hiding in the bathrooms and exposing kids that don't vape to them vaping, why don't we, be pragmatic about the situation and go, well, if these kids are going to do this anyway, if they get a doctor's note, then they can have scheduled breaks where they can go out to a designated area where they're by themselves, right? And they can have their vape break. Because for kids with ADHD, you can choose Ritalin or amphetamines to treat their disease, or more than likely, they're going to be self-treating with nicotine. Mallory's right.
Yep.
Mallory's right, and I got to put the chat overlay up there before I forget. Everything is fine. Exactly. The hypocrisy is real. So take your warning, because the facts are, we're going to talk about this stuff today. And as a reminder, as always, the show's rated R, contains mature adult content not appropriate for minors or adults who have a large stick up their ass or their head is Bloomberg's ass. Because we know what happens when we hear the word Bloomberg.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yes. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome to the stream. So, and as always, you know, that's going to be a wonderful show because we're not just going to get down in the dumps and stay there. We're not just going to get down in the dumps and stay there. We're also going to have some beautiful things that make us happy. We're going to have an adult beverage review. We're going to have some retro vapes. We're going to have some dad jokes to blow off the steam from the soapbox moments in the news today. Got some random recipes. I pre-mixed up some variations. I keep promising you guys that I'm going to actually go and make my almond joy. So I formulated a little me almond joy e-liquid. We're going to give that a try today, see how that goes. If it's fantastic, I'll, make it public or whatever. But all I did basically was just add some double chocolate and some marzipan into that beautiful existing coconut recipe already. And I want to see if the je ne sais quoi comes out from the marzipan or if I need to find a toasted almond to put in there. But
Even on the
I mixed that
chocolate,
one
that's
up.
got
I got a Burmese blueberry I happened to catch on that was published. There's a couple new recipes on ELR right now where companies that shut down have decided to release their recipes to the public. So now's the time to go on there and scarf up some wonderful recipes that interest you. Order the ingredients you need to make it, and you're good as golden, man. Just like that.
Oh. Oh.
Gonna be a wonderful day. Just have to get through the next hour of irritation.
I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this.
You do like it when I get on the soapbox, don't you?
Oh, great. Reminds me of me in the good old days, really.
I don't understand how there aren't more people as infuriated as I am. It just doesn't make any sense to me. How is it possible that nobody gives two shits about this?
It's mind-boggling, mate. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. They're all advocates and they don't, I don't know.
They forget that let's distill this down for the dummies out there, okay? In Australia, 56 people died yesterday because they spent their life smoking cigarettes. How many people in Australia died yesterday from vaping? 0.
Big fat zero.
Big fat 0. Here in the United States, using the old figures, 1,348 people died yesterday from cigarette smoking and the complications and causations of that lifelong debilitating illness. Right? And even if you take a look at the new figures that the FDA put out, it's still, what did I figure out? 1,265 people died yesterday in the United States from cigarette smoking because it's come down. We've been so successful. The last 60 years of all this prohibition and this madness, this reefer madness that we've transferred over to tobacco has been so successful that we've only eliminated 100 deaths from cigarette smoking. And we're not going to give any credit to harm reduction. It had nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with vaping and the skyrocketing number of people that vape, which, by the way, is what irritated me off the most. Patrick thinks that we only have like 50 million vapers out there in the world, when we clearly were told in 2021 that there's 82 million vapers. It went up 20% over the year before. So if it went up 20% in 1 year, what did it go up in 2022? And how about 2023? And today is 2024. Where are we at? Are we over 100 million? Are we over 100 million vapers worldwide? We've got to be by now. Bubbles, hello and welcome to the stream. Mark Sweeney, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hi, folks. Welcome.
And then the icing on the cake was, I watched the testimony in New South Wales, in Australia. And it's amazing how when certain people testify, they want sources. Did you personally know about the black market? Do you personally know that that's where they're getting their products for the stores? From the black market? Excuse me, sir. No, I talked with a leading professor in the black market, and people that were importing loose leaf chop tobacco and now pivoted to importing e-cigarettes because you made them illegal. You made them prescription model. 90% of the people that use vapes in this country don't have a prescription and don't want to hear about a prescription because they're just going to find a way to get it. And you're crying the blues because 5% of kids have tried vapes, and that's why we're passing all these laws. So we're going to ignore the 95% of people that are buying them because they don't want to smoke cigarettes. They don't want to die from the cigarette smoking. We're going to ignore them. We're only going to focus on the kids because that's all that matters. All right. I'm already getting on my soapbox, and we haven't even got past the introduction yet.
Just touching on the amount of vapors in the world, the only update there is from April 2023, And in April 2023, they estimated there was 82 million vapers worldwide. That was in 2021 up to 2023. They narrowed it down, 9.2 million in the Eastern Mediterranean region, 5.6 million in the African region, 20.1 million in the European region, 16.8 million in the Americas, 16 million in the Pacific region, and 14.3 million Southeast Asia. That was kind of where they were last year, but it's still old data. So you probably
it is old data, and I've got science to prove it, because I know the guy that actually don't know personally, not yet. One of these days I'll meet him, but I attend the e-cigarette summit, and I attend the forum on nicotine in Europe, and we got another one coming up in Washington D.C. we're going to talk about today in the news. But he wrote an actual scientific paper, and it's taken 2 years to get it actually published. But those figures are from 2021.
Yeah.
So there's a link in the description to the study. We're going to talk about the study today. We're going to talk about a bunch of other news going on. We're going to talk about Spain. Oh my God, Spain's the next one to join the crowd. They're having an inquisition about vaping, and everybody is free to submit testimony. And we're going to talk about that in the news. And
what? There's going to be another Spanish Inquisition?
Yes.
How history repeats itself.
Another Spanish Inquisition. Yes.
How history repeats itself, eh?
And I caught wind to a bunch of stuff going on in Europe as well. So it's time to turn to our partners over in Europe, ETHRA, European Tobacco Harm Reduction Association, and see what their March forecast, their March news roundup is. We're going to go and see what studies are there and what news articles hit the mainstream and who's getting ready to ban this stuff next. Ugh.
Another shit show.
Call it a shit show. Call it a shit storm. Call it an emotional dumpster fire. I don't care. The fact remains right here. This is the problem, folks. This is why we do what we do. Since I quit smoking, 28,745,556 people have died from cigarette combustion. And it's still zero for nicotine vaping. One of these days, I'll get around to updating this website like I do for my customers. There's just so much else, so much other things to do. And don't forget, get your hand checks in. I want to thank Mallery Gates for posting on the Discord server for the dad joke section. So if you got any last minute dad jokes you want, feel free to drop them in. Post your hand checks on Facebook, because we will feature all those on here.
And all you guys in chat, tell us what you're vaping on as well. Like to know what you've got.
Exactly. And unfortunately, once again, the censorship regime is now, like everything else, being controlled by AI. So we're going to talk today about how Google is censoring Google search results for people in California. And if you think that they're only going to do that for that particular thing, you're a moron. They've been doing it to us for years. Wonder why we can't gain traction like we used to back in the old days. Meanwhile, people keep dying because they refuse to accept the fact that this is less harmful, even though it's been scientifically shown to be much less harmful. Orders of magnitude. Here's a question for you, Kenny. Do you know what orders of magnitude is? Does that mean anything to you?
Nope. I'm sure you're going to enlighten me.
Yes. Kenny, what would be the difference in your manufacturing process? Let's say that you were operating the lathe, okay? And you have to meet certain tolerances, right? And let's say that you had to have tolerances that were within a millimeter. Unrealistic, right?
Nope.
Millimeter tolerances. What are we manufacturing? Big, massive, meter long or meter round things to have a millimeter tolerance? No, everything's so micro miniaturized nowadays. Where the whole diameter of the rod that you're using is 2 millimeters and you got a 1 millimeter variance. Orders of magnitude would bring that tolerance back into the normal specs, running in the thousandths of a millimeter, right?
That's kind of what I'm used to working at. When I used to make the turbochargers, we had 2 microns. That was our tolerance on a turbo.
Exactly. Well, orders of magnitude difference is exactly that. Going from a couple microns to an entire millimeter. So cigarette smoking has particulate matter, and in Australia, they don't even know why don't vapes have filters on them? They were asking the chemist the test for the harmful constituents in this thing. Why is there no filter on people's vapes? Are there filters in disposables? What do you mean there isn't? Why isn't there? There should be, like there are in cigarettes. Excuse me, because in cigarettes you have solid particulate matter that's in the smoke. There's no smoke in a vape. This is essentially nebulized water-based solvents and solutions.
Well, we could
They don't
say
understand.
Actually, there is. We could say there is. It's called cotton.
But you don't breathe the cotton in. The cotton is what holds your liquid.
No. But that's what I'm saying for the thickies, you know what I mean? Oh, yes, there's cotton in here. It filters everything out.
Yeah. Don't confuse them anymore. The problem is everybody's confused because nobody really knows how the fuck this shit works. And they're asking people that don't understand pathophysiology, well, is it going to cause cancer? And well, right now the cancer pendulum in the scientific arena is shifted towards everything's genetically based because you're genetically predisposed to be susceptible to it. It's not a matter of how much toxicants you expose yourself to into life. We have 5-year-olds that are coming down with cancer because they're genetically predisposed to it. So don't focus on the fact that our water supply is laced with these compounds that cause cancer. Focus on the fact that this person was genetically predisposed to it because that's how we treat it. So we're going to leave the shit in the water supply and just accept that a certain percentage of our population might die if they're genetically predisposed to cancer?
Weird, man. Not happy about that.
Every single one of us out there has been touched by the loss of a loved one because of cancer. Every single one of us. I guarantee it. And it's only going to get worse. Because they keep ignoring and keep asking the wrong questions about what is actually something that we can fix to lower that number. It's the same approach in vaping. Let's disregard the fact that it's order of magnitude safer than cigarette smoking. Disregard that. We're going to treat them the same. And then we'll wonder why the cigarette smoking rates don't drop like we expect them to. We banned it. There should be no cigarette smoking in Australia. We banned it all. We tax the shit out of cigarettes. They're $50 a pack now. Why are people going to buy $20 disposables for vaping? We can't figure that out. William Dobson's got a brand new command that we need to come up with. Nuts.
Nuts.
Sorry, I don't have a command for that. I've got clap, which should be able to be used by anybody now.
You can make one.
And obviously you heard the other one that's on the voice control.
We can make one though, couldn't we? I'll just record me chomping me nut, and then we'll just put one in and just see everybody scrunching. We can make one easy enough.
And what else? Let me try this one. See if that one actually works. No, that only works on Twitch. Sad, sad, sad. Well, let's see. What else we got?
I know which one works. Ready? Boom. Oh, it didn't that time.
Because you didn't spell it right.
Oh, that's because I spelled it fucking like a twat.
Is better than smoking.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I've got so many other ones that I've been working on. They're in the development stages. Some of them are ready to go. Some of them aren't. So those are the big ones. Kenny's got the red alert. You got the Kenny crunching off and Kenny crunching on. Oh, let's not forget about Nick.
These are all cruel. Oh, Nick.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
Hell yeah. Like it.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
And then there's a brand new one. Remember we talked about barcodes, and barcodes being a problem, and I gave you guys the red alert one? Well, I'm like, that's not what we really need to do here, okay? What we really need to do is censor the barcode instantly. Problem solved, right? So, censor. Instantly censored. Just like that, go on. I'll see it, move it out of the screen, problem solved.
Yeah, look, Mallery Greats agrees with us. See, the Wiccan does have a ban. Hang on, wait, there you go.
The wicking in a vape does filter out what can't be vaporized, like fentanyl. You mean how fentanyl can't be heated high enough in the vaporization process to actually be breathed in? It's not possible.
One, wasn't it?
Fundamental science flaw.
Oh, you're just nitpicking.
And then is there one more? I think there's one more. There you go. Those are all the commands available for those out there. So now that we've all gotten our lovely, illustrious itinerary for today, I think it's time for some news.
There's some you can't have, though.
You disgusting motherfucker!
You can't have all of them.
William Dobson is putting in a suggestion that he needs a boo. Boo!
Ooh. Boo!
I have a boo.
Can I have one of them?
I got Homer Simpson saying boo. I'll set that up for you next week, sir. You can have a boo. We're going to create the first interactive vape show out there. Produced by the Hunky Horde. That's all you people out there watching the show.
Exactly.
All right. Time to get in the news. Alrighty. We'll start with the last thing that irritated the crap out of me today. There's a testimony in New South Wales Parliament, inquiry into vaping. If you go out, check out Dr. Colin Mendelson's channel, you can find his testimony, and you can find out why they looked at him like he was a lunatic. I'll give you a hint. He suggested that we be pragmatic about the situation and recognize the fact that there's a certain percentage of these kids that are addicted to nicotine. And if they went to their doctor, if this was available, would prescribe them a nicotine break during the day. Okay? So we should have a designated area in schools where kids that have a prescription can go and vape during the day, so that they're not hiding their vape in the bathrooms and exposing kids to their vape, the visualization of it, not the secondhand smoke of it, because there's no smoke in it and there's no secondhand exposure from vaping. Not in a disposable, maybe in a cloud chucking mech mod. But even in a beautiful RTA, direct to lung, it dissipates within a matter of seconds. It's not like smoke that lingers in the air for half an hour, right? So if you understand that it lingers in the air for up to half an hour, if you're actually smoking, well, that means that, you know, when you go into the store to buy another pack of smokes, you are wafting in with smoke that contains nicotine and that settles on the objects by the register where you pay for it. And let's say that, you know, maybe you don't just buy cigarettes at the gas station or convenience store. Let's say maybe you walk to the back of the store and you check out a soda or a bottle of juice or something or a bag of chips and then walk up to the counter to get your cigarettes and pay for it all, right? So theoretically, the store has an environmental exposure to nicotine. Do you believe that there's researchers in Japan that have said, the sealed packs of cigarettes are emitting nicotine, and we proved it. We took and measured the study. We took them. I'll get to that later. I'm getting so wound up already. These idiots don't know what they're doing. They got their blinders on, and they only see what they want to see, and that's all they focus on, and they don't give a shit about anything else in the world. Utterly preposterous. Just like over here. This guy, I want to applaud him. I've watched all 5 hours of the testimony that Pippa uploaded, and he is truly inquisitive and wants answers that you and I would want answers to, right? But the answers he's getting is nothing but horse hockey. Let's take a look and see what's going on.
They play a very important role in reducing the harm and usage of e-cigarettes.
Can you all hear that, or is that too quiet?
My question is, what research is New South Wales, this is to the New South Wales Health, what research is New South Wales Health undertaking into the dangers of passive vaping?
So in terms of the effects into passive vaping, we're not undertaking directed research, but we're very much...
Why? Why aren't you taking directed research into passive vaping? Is it perhaps because you know it's not a real fucking thing? Is it perhaps because you know, even if it does exist, the toxicologist that gave testimony 2 hours before you did said that it's orders of magnitude less than what exists in cigarette smoke? So the dosage is so minute that it wouldn't hurt a fly if you told them to bathe in it. No, that's not what she says.
Surveying the international literature on the passive effects of exposure to what we'd call secondhand vape.
Oh, I'm exploring the international literature on it. I don't need to do the science myself. I'm just exploring the literature that's out there. All the studies have been funded by the Bloomberg organizations and the prohibitionists that lump everything together between tobacco, cigarette smoking, and vaping. We ignore the toxicologist studies that specifically state they're orders of magnitude less and not harmful enough to actually produce a damaging result. We're going to ignore that. We're going to ignore Roberto Sussman and his studies. No. We can't possibly pay attention to that because that tells us that we're a bunch of morons if we look into it because it's not a real thing. No. Here's what our answer actually is.
We're also reviewing the evidence just around particle exposure in general and looking at anything that can give us some guidance to what those impacts would be. We obviously know that in relation to tobacco, the information around secondhand smoke in terms of those impacts were a long time coming. But we are also looking at very much the basic...
She gave us another excuse! It took us a long time to bother to look into whether cigarette smoking lingers in the air for half a fucking hour. We took a long time to figure that out, so it's going to take a long time before we know if vape has any problems with secondhand exposure. Because I'm a moron and I refuse to look at the toxicology of it and realize, even if it does linger in the air, what harm could possibly come from it? When things are in there at such minute quantities.
Research as well. So no specifically funded research. It's going to be generated in all sorts of different forms across the world. But did you want to add anything,
No,
Tracy?
I think that covers that.
Thank you. And
did I miss any talking points? Is there something else I should have covered? Nope, you covered it. Good. Let's move on.
What impact?
Yeah.
This is due to New South Wales Health. What impact does vaping have on adolescent mental health?
None.
I've had the privilege to discuss this with a number of our colleagues in youth and adolescent physicians, and I think we're really concerned about the impact of nicotine on the developing brain. We're concerned around that, the fact that if someone is anxious or depressed or using it for any other reasons, then it can actually exacerbate those conditions. And you get this sort of cycle where the young person is smoking it is vaping to relieve stress, but then when they withdraw, they become addicted to the nicotine, and then when they try and stop the nicotine, they actually get all the symptoms of anxiety and feeling anxious. So we actually think it's not an appropriate way for young people. We need to support young people's mental health and well-being, and that these products are really very counterproductive. And I've really been very chastened by the stories that young people have told us about how the vapes, and that when they become, how rapidly they become addicted, and how surprised they are at how quickly they become addicted to it.
Have you ever heard a child say, "Oh my God, I expected when I snorted cocaine to be addicted right away"? And this is the perfect freeze frame moment for this lady. I would love to be able to interview this lady and ask her some fucking questions. Right? New South Wales Health. Let me ask you a fucking question, all right? Is there any other substance that teenagers use on a regular fucking basis that, I don't know, elicit the same physiological reactions as nicotine vapes do? Is there anything? Do you know the answer to that question? Or are you that fucking stupid you don't even know that? Huh? Oh, I don't know. This is what I'm going to take and focus on. The dynamic effects of nicotine on a developing brain. Scientific study is going to be linked in the description below. Well, let's take a look at it. What happens? Let's look at this from a physiological standpoint. Okay? Nicotine acetylcholine receptors, which are now abbreviated because we don't want to keep saying the same frickin' words, right? Regulate critical aspects of brain maturation during the prenatal, early postnatal, and adolescent periods. Okay, that's true. During these developmental windows, The nicotine acetylcholine receptors are often transiently upregulated or change subunit composition in these neural structures that are undergoing major phases of differentiation and synaptogenesis and are sensitive to environmental stimuli. In other words, when you expose yourself to nicotine and you expose a child to nicotine, like when we were kids and our parents were smoking or we were around smokers when we were kids, well, guess what happens? The addictive behavior of nicotine in itself comes from the fact that when you expose yourself to it, it's a pleasurable effect. The nicotine binds with these receptors and creates pleasure for the brain, and the brain goes, oh my God, I love this pleasure. I love this sensation. So I need to create more receptors in case I come across it again. So that's the upregulated or changing subunit composition. In other words, certain aspects of your brain chemistry and physiology can change themselves when you're growing up. And your brain tells it, listen, I need more of these nicotinic receptors because I love it when those things get connected with nicotine. Makes me feel good. It lets me concentrate more. Right? Is she going to look at this from a pathophysiological standpoint? Or is she going to focus on the fact that it's tobacco that provides us with that nicotine? Forget about the fact that, when we eat our pasta bolognese, we consume nicotine. And our brain binds to the nicotine. It's dumb. If nicotine comes by it, it grabs it. And it says, oh, I love you. You make me feel so good. And then when it sucks the living life out of it, like a vampire sucks the blood out of its host, well, it gets rid of it. That's how it works. Okay? It all works on the flight or flight response. It works on the sympathetic versus the parasympathetic nervous system. This isn't going to be a pathophysiology lesson, but there's some basics that you need to understand in order for you to take the connection between what's going on here and what they state here and common sense that you and I already know. We talk about all the frickin' time. Well, if this is true when it comes to nicotine, it's also true to caffeine. Caffeine consumption in children, innocuous or deleterious? A systematic review. What are they going to find? Can you guess what they're going to find?
Same shit.
Exactly the same shit. Exactly the same shit. Different receptors, exact same activity takes place. When you give caffeine to a child younger than 12 years of age, it causes pathophysiological changes in that person's brain. You cannot get away from that.
Exactly.
Hold on a second, Stephen Lane. I need to correct that, making sure it works for you.
Oh. Can I just
try it again,
show
Steve?
you a little new snippet? Can I just show you a little new snippet that I found that I think is absolutely fucking disgusting, by the way? Well, a toddler vaping. These two pricks done a video of a child vaping. They're giving this kid a puff of the vape. Being arrested, apparently. He reported to Scotland's prosecutors after a video showing a toddler vaping.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
And like, seeing the child is safe and well, but you know, you wonder why you've got all this negative news about vaping when people do that kind of shit. That's just terrible. Really?
It's utterly preposterous.
They want a good kick. They want a good kick in the friggin' bollocks for that. And they wonder why people are looking down on vaping when they're doing shit like that. Post it online, you know what I mean? Social media, all over. Went viral, apparently. Fucking hell, man. Disgusting. Sorry, I just thought I'd dive in while we're talking about the young brain. Well, that doesn't fucking help, does it?
No, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Disgusting. Couldn't believe it.
The fact of the matter is, there's a reason I'm wearing this shirt today. Alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine. And that's the exact order in the amount of harm it causes to society. So, if we're not going to deal with caffeine, then we certainly shouldn't be dealing with nicotine when it's divorced from combustion. Because at that point, they're completely different entities. And putting the two together is doing nothing good for society. It's prolonging the disease and death that is contributing to this number continually going up every minute that we sit here and talk about this. Beyond irritating. But okay.
Ridiculous.
Enough of that. Enough of this ridiculousness that they have here. Enough of her blatantly ignoring obvious fundamental science because she doesn't want to take her blinders off and look in a different direction and realize, oh, there's other stuff going on here that, contributes to this. And I'm only going to focus on what I want to focus on because I got an agenda. I don't have an agenda. I'm not a prohibitionist. I want what's best for society. But I've been so stuck in my role that I don't know what's really going on in the world. And I never actually talk to people that use this to quit smoking. So my question to her is, why? What are you afraid of finding out?
Yeah, no research. I'll try the research they want to hear.
So we're going to take a look at some research. Because harm reduction advocates don't know this. Oh, page not found. Well, it was found yesterday. That's okay. I'm all right. I know exactly how to deal with this. I never just rely on a single source of information before I go live because this kind of shit happens way too often. So I went right to the horse's mouth. Here's the study. And Jerry Simpson's the guy that, I've watched. He retired from Global Forum on Nicotine, is their CEO or whatever, but published this study, right? Estimation of the global number of vapers, 82 million worldwide in 2021. This was just published last year.
Right, yeah.
April of 2023. Took them 2 years to publish it. So what's the number today? This is 2024, not 2021. It's not 2022. It's not 2023. What's the number today? It's got to be over 100 million.
You'd like to think so.
And that source that you were talking about today?
Yeah.
That was put together from the study. And where can we get more of this lovely information, right? If you want to get more of this information, I did a video on this a long time ago, and I think I got like 40 views. Okay? When the last time that they published a report, a global report on stuff? 3 years ago? But there's the chart. And we've used this chart before numerous times. And I'm going to switch back to the other scene. Because, where is it? Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated.
Ooh, posh word.
Nope.
That's you. Just you.
News. Where's the news that I did last week? News. There you go. There we go. Now you can see the whole thing. Should do this more often. But here, paper available for download. There's a lovely graphic. 1.1 billion smokers. When you watch my little video, when I first got started doing this 3 years ago, the number was 1 billion. Now it's 1.1 billion. 10% increase in 3 years.
Wow.
82 million vapors worldwide, 2021, 2022. We're 2024. It's got to be over 100 billion or 100 million. I just saw another scientific study that said the total number of people using harm reduction is 110 million.
Wow.
They're using the same 2021 figures. Add the numbers up on the bottom. 82 million vapors, 20 million heat not burn products, and 10 million smokeless or snooze users. That's actually 112 million.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sick and tired of us being ignored. There's got to be 100 million vapors out there now. And then I know heat not burn's been growing exponentially in places where it's for sale, not in the United States. They're still working on the getting market availability after their kerfuffle in the lawsuit when, you know, R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris had to, you know, argue their copyright or patent ownership of the heat not burn technology. Anyway. Lovely website.
Wow.
There's lots of other stuff here besides just this. You know, you can take a look at individual countries. You can take a look at the publications that they put out there, the briefing papers, and find a bunch of other stuff out there. How about when you take a look and you say, oh, we need to tax it. Disposable vapes, we need to tax it to keep it away from the kids. Well, what about the people that can't afford it already? What about the retirees that are barely able to make ends meet at the end of the month? You're going to tax it? Push them out of the marketplace? How about the homeless? Can a homeless use a full mod and tank? Can a homeless use a pod mod system? Really? Where the fuck are they going to charge it, you idiots? The only fucking product that works for them is a goddamn disposable.
True.
Sick and tired of people having their blinders on. Need I remind you again that 60 people in Australia died from cigarette smoking? 1,400 people in the United States died from it? How many people in the UK died from it yesterday? Got to be over 100.
Easy.
No, we're going to ignore all that. We're going to ignore all that. And this is the fucking propaganda bullshit that we're going to expose to people and tell this is what you need to do. Quitting smoking could redirect $11 billion a year into local economies if people would just give up smoking.
Really?
Because they figure that, you know, it's a one-for-one exchange. If they don't spend their money on cigarettes, well, they're going to spend it on other stuff. Like we did when we started this YouTube channel. I took all the money I was spending on cigarettes and dumped it into a YouTube channel. So I can get on the pulpit once a month and tell people to go pound salt.
Yeah. But if people all give up smoking, that 11 billion that is supposed to be put in the economy will be taxed anyway because the government will have to make the tax up that they're losing off the cigarettes. So you'll just be paying taxes on something else.
Oh my God, you're talking common sense. What the average consumer is going to go is, you're going to take more of my money. You're going to tax it a different way. Like, give up this.
Yeah.
But see, those people that have signed the taxes and pledges and moratoriums on what we can purchase and what we can't purchase and how we, you know, how many hoops we have to jump through to get our shit, don't think about that. Because they're the ones that are asking for the money.
No.
Give us the money. We need more money to fight this. This reallocation of resources can contribute to economic prosperity and help to reduce geographic inequalities in society. Really? Have you forgot? The fact that these people are fucking dying, you moron?
Honestly,
we're going to worry about the economy. The economy, We got to protect the economy. How are we going to protect everything? Because that's what everybody wants us to do. They want, mummy government to fix everything and make sure that we don't expose ourselves to things that might hurt us. Well, Google's blocking links to California news outlets from search results. Tech giant is protesting proposed law that would require large online platforms to pay journalism usage fees. The law hasn't even been passed yet, and they're already blocking websites because if the law does get passed, they don't want to have to owe all this money to the news organizations that it puts into the Google search results. What backwards world are we living in, folks?
Well, there you go. I've just done a quick little search here, right?
Yep.
I've just put in, how much income does the UK government make from cigarettes? You're not going to fucking believe this.
Tell me about it.
Tobacco duties are levied. It's in here. Tobacco duties are levied on purchase of cigarettes, hand-rolled tobacco, cigars, and other forms of tobacco. In 2023 to 2024, we estimate that tobacco duties will raise up to, are you listening? £10.4 billion. Right? This represents 1% of all receipts and is equivalent to 0.4% of the national income. So you ban cigarettes, where the fucking hell are they going to get £10.4 billion from? Gotta come from somewhere.
Oh, they could be like the United States and keep spending more than they make.
Wow.
And just borrow the money and borrow the money and borrow the money and saddle our children, our grandchildren with debt that they're going to be paying for long after they're dead.
So, moving on to the next question then. How much does NHS cost on smoking?
He's trying to figure out how much is it costing the coffers to treat all the sick people.
There you go. Now, this is the difference, right? So what I said, they're making £10.4 billion of cigarette income, tobacco income. It costs the NHS, estimated costs the NHS of $2.5 billion every year. There's a big fucking difference there, isn't there?
Where's the extra $8 billion going?
Yeah, and they're saying it's costing the NHS a fortune because they're not fucking funding them. That's why. Holy shit, look at them differences in them numbers.
And you wonder why the government doesn't actually spend the money on giving more people these? I was excited because it was 1 in 5. 20% of the smokers out there were going to be offered a free vape. Why isn't it every single smoker in the country offered a free vape? If it works, do it for everyone.
That's ridiculous. That is crazy. Them numbers they're crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy.
Last week we had somebody on the stream that was talking about Canada and saying that, Canada's not that bad on vaping. Really? Each of your provinces, one by one, are falling like dominoes. Heaven forbid I want to go to Toronto and, visit up there because, well, I'm not allowed to give myself the vape I need to not smoke while I'm there. So if I don't take it with me, I'm going to be buying cigarettes while I'm there. And here we go. Nicotine isn't a health hazard. Why is Ottawa so against vaping? Has no problem with nicotine products from Big Pharma, but nicotine products from Big Tobacco transform it into a raging bull.
Nice wording, like. Give him that.
The first thing to be said about Health Minister Mark Holland's recent media outburst is that he has reason to be frustrated with British American Tobacco, parent of Imperial Tobacco Canada. After 2 years of negotiation and safety verification, Imperial obtained Health Canada approval to sell its Zonic oral nicotine products as a smoking cessation aid, but then proceeded to market as a consumer product. Because people don't want to go jump through hoops to go see a doctor, to go see a pharmacist, where they both are going to take a cut of the profits and jack the price up even more for a product that, if it was a consumer product, wouldn't cause any real harm. Using images of young adults as the e-cigarette Juul did when it first came to market.
Well,
the promotion has put big tobacco back in the public eye and again painted it as an untrustworthy, even through Zonic is about the safest nicotine product that can be purchased anywhere. And it is safe as nicotine gums, patches, and sprays marketed by Big Pharma. That's why today I'm actually going to try this. I picked this up when I went to Brick City Vapers last time I was in Ohio. It's a nicotine pouch manufactured by Juicehead. I don't know if you saw Nick's latest show. He ordered some pouches that don't have anything on them. You add your own. Take your own e-liquid and put it on there. Then put it in as a pouch. Because it's nothing more than cellulose in a little pouch in here. And that's all this is. Overpriced. But, I mean, if you're not allowed to vape, you could put this in your mouth and nobody would ever know. And that's the scariest thing in the world for tobacco control. Because then they'll have no idea how many people use this.
I don't think that would be my cup of tea. But everyone their own.
Listen, I've used it when, the big heyday was made about snus. I went out and got myself some, and I threw it in my little camera bag, and I used it. It works. I don't get the same satisfaction I do out of this because I don't see the exhaled vapor. I don't get the hand-to-mouth action. It's not enough for me.
That's the habit, isn't it? That's the habit you keep in it as an ex-smoker.
But if I was going on an airplane flight from here to the UK, well, I'd buy a couple of these and stuff them in my pocket, and nobody would ever know. I'm still getting my nicotine. But the first thing I do when I get out of that plane is to find a place where I can go vape. Not for the nicotine. For the rest of the experience. Because it's not that simple. Everybody likes to make it so simple. Tobacco control thinks the whole, human body can turned on and off like a light switch. Doesn't work that way. There's a bunch of knobs and dials. You got to dial them all in for what works for you. Maybe it works for some people, not for me.
Yeah. I mean, see if it does the job. Kudos, you know what I mean? That's the aim of the game, isn't it?
This guy.
Oh my God.
If you think I am overreacting and you think that I'm too much of an emotional dumpster fire today, go listen to this asshole speech. And then realize he's talking about wood pulp in the satchel.
Holy fuck.
And actually, the nicotine sprays that you buy in the pharmacy or you buy in the grocery store because they're over the counter and available for sale have more chemicals because they put a shit ton of preservatives in them than what these do. But he's not going to go after them because Big Pharma's funding his re-election campaign. Guarantee you.
Of course, yeah. They're all in their pockets, man.
He repeatedly claimed there's a nicotine epidemic among our youth. Bullshit. You two-faced lying horse hockey fucking sucking mule. But without producing evidence of it. Because there is none.
Holy moly, man. Well, this is it. They haven't got the evidence to back up the statements that they're making. That's the annoying thing.
No, and as time goes on, more and more people will realize they're ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Exactly.
How about we break the cycle now? Not a fucking year from now, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. It's time for us to be serious about harm reduction. When there's orders of magnitude difference between this and lighting a fucking piece of tobacco on fire and breathing that in, there's no time like the present.
Sooner the better.
Over the past decade, there's been less progress than there should be. Not considerable progress in public health. That's a load of horse shit. I'm sick and tired of reading all this bullshit out there. It's kind of like the testimony that was given before the Australian Parliament, the New South Wales members there when they're doing their inquiry. It's amazing how certain people, when they testified, are questioned and asked to provide a source for their statements. Meanwhile, other people's statements are never questioned and are taken wholeheartedly. And those are the ones that are the most full of shit out of anything. They're straight up lies. For anybody that knows the truth, maybe they thought that they were telling the truth because their head's been buried in the fucking sand.
I think they're actually brainwashing themselves. They actually believe their own shit. They're lying that much. They're talking that much shit. They actually believe their own shit. They're actually.
And you know what? We have a propensity to do the same thing unless you're consciously aware of it and trying to make sure that you look around. Vaping IT was the one that posted the study that we're going to end the news with today. And I got to start plowing through the rest of this stuff if, we're going to cover it. But the Japanese scientists did a study and said that the cigarette packs were emitting nicotine that they picked up when they did their study. Because they clearly documented that at the cash register, there's a higher concentration or higher amount of nicotine in the environmental air than there is on the back of the store where the coolers are. And they blamed it on the sealed packs of tobacco.
Sealed packs?
There couldn't possibly be any other source of this nicotine in the air. It has to come from the sealed nicotine packs of cigarettes.
Oh, right. Sealed being the word.
We'll get to that later. Because you know me. I grew up in the 80s. So what do I always do? I go, well, that was right before they made nicotine sprays and lozenges and all this other stuff available over the counter. So if you want to find out some, good news about nicotine, go back when to Big Pharma was pushing all their propaganda out there to get it moved from behind the counter to in front of the counter.
Yep.
And let's compare the science of today about vaping with the science of nicotine when they moved it over the counter. I mean, if they were wrong back then all those things should be pulled back behind the counter again. But it's not. There's no whiff of that anywhere.
Oh, no. Fucking crazy.
And I love this statement.
Crazy shit.
Public Health England considers 95% less harmful than regular cigarettes. That's not actually what the Public Health England stated back in the day. That's just what we use to get people to relate to it better. Yeah. Public Health England actually said cannot exceed 5% the harms of cigarettes. So when we use a 95%, we are totally shooting ourselves in the foot because when you're talking about cancer risk, it's less than 0.5%. So it is 99.5% less harmful than regular cigarettes. And the Cancer Council in Australia don't know their ass from a hole in the ground because they're like, oh, we got to protect our kids from this because we don't know the long-term cancer risk from vaping. I don't know what the long-term risk of her flatulence is either, but I'm not making a big deal about it.
Well, it depends on which end it's coming out. Because obviously a lot of flatulence coming out of that gob.
Yeah, that's what she's got. Diarrhea of the mouth. Amoebic dysentery. Diarrhea
God.
forever.
Too right. Shit.
Can we focus on tobacco harm reduction? Because it's the approach focused on limiting tobacco-related health risks by advocating for less harmful nicotine products like e-cigarettes, as in vaping, as substitutes for conventional cigarettes. And the flavor and the experience is 100 times better than it was when I quit smoking.
Without a doubt.
And if you simply made them available everywhere, most of the smokers out there, once you get rid of the bullshit propaganda, scaremongering, fear-mongering stories, would give it a try, would give it a go. And when they do, they go,
holy shit, that's good.
damn, that tastes good. A cigarette never tasted that good. And then they'll start using that. And yeah, they'll be dual users for a while. It's a good thing. Stop putting hindrances on people dual using. Fucking morons. People are dying right now from cigarette smoking. They're not dying from vaping. They're not going to die from vaping.
Hell no.
Let's have compassion for people. Let's meet them where they're at. I'm not talking about forcing people. If you get somebody like my brother-in-law that has no interest whatsoever in vaping because he enjoys his cigarettes, he'll eventually get to the point one day where his health is starting to go deteriorate, and he's going to see his kids, and they're going to be of age where they're going to be getting ready to graduate high school and maybe move on to college, or maybe go out and work in the real world, or maybe shack up with us and, you know, get some 16-year-old pregnant and have grandkids to worry about. He'll get serious about his health then. And as long as these products are readily available for him, he might actually give this a try. Because this hasn't been stigmatized yet as bad as vaping has. He might give this a go and go, well, shit, I love fucking apple pie, and I can put an apple pie in my mouth every single time. And every time I put this in my mouth, I no longer desire to light up a cigarette. And that's a good thing that we should be fostering as a society. Moving on.
Well, if it's making 10.4 billion pounds every year, they're not going to fucking, you know what I mean? Jesus Christ, unbelievable.
But listen,
unbelievable.
This can make the same amount of money. Just don't tax it now. Wait until people give up smoking, and then you can jack the prices up on these things if you want to. You don't need to change the scale of economics. You need to make these readily available. If you want to change the black market, you need to make these cheaper than what the black market can supply it. If you don't, it'll never work. Ever. I don't care how good it is or how much safer it is.
Yeah.
Somebody was arguing with me last week about propylene glycol and how it's not in albuterol solutions anymore. They're not using that as the carrier, which I think they're full of shit. But okay, maybe in their country it's not. But it is here still. But they tried arguing, oh, it's a chemical. It's going to hurt you. You know what it hurts?
Oh, no.
Respiratory viruses. And guess what that happens when you inhale something that ruins respiratory viruses? What don't people get? Airborne transmission of these respiratory viruses, meaning they don't get sick from it. And there's, I don't know, scientific studies about this. This one was published last year. Propylene glycol inactivates respiratory viruses and prevents airborne transmission of these diseases like, oh, the big C word.
COVID.
Maybe that's why vapers, if they did get sick like I did, didn't get it as bad as other people, and certainly didn't get it as bad as smokers got it. And maybe that's why smokers weren't coming down with it in the numbers they were expecting people to come down with it. But when they did come down with it, they were way sicker because it kills them little by little, whereas vaping doesn't. And they're like, oh, that's just some propaganda. Some tobacco company did that research for that. No. Matter of fact, use of propylene glycol as a carrier for inhalation is used for the most vulnerable health population out there. Because this is taking a look at it on healthy lungs, right? You and I, when you're just normal breathing in, and they looked at our propensity to get these diseases, and they go, okay, well, what is different about us than them? So there's a control group, and then there's a group that actually, they looked at and go, wow, all the people that breathed the PG and didn't get these things. Wonder how that keeps getting activated. I'm going to have to change that. Because every time I say laugh, it's supposed to do that. I didn't say laugh. Anyway, so let me ask you this question. What would you try to study? Who would you be your guinea pigs if you were trying to see if PG was actually going to be damaging to somebody's lung?
Right. Anybody, I suppose.
Maybe the people that have lung transplants. I mean, if anybody out there is going to be the most fragile lung in the world, maybe it would be the people that just got a brand new one. It's not actually brand new. It's just new to them. And because it's new to them, they're on a bunch of immunosuppressants, because they don't want the body to reject the new transplanted lung, right? So what happens when you breathe in propylene glycol and you've just had a lung transplant? Can we take a look at that? Take a look at the clinical trial that's not published yet, but you have access. Thank you, Google. You actually provided me with something useful today. You have access to the protocols that they're using for these trials. This is an extension of a study where cyclosporin inhalation solution in lung transplant and hematopoietic stem cell transplant recipients that are being treated for bronchiolitis obliterans, which they're conflating with EVALI. So let's say that you got yourself some black market cannabis, right? And you breathed in the oils, which are going to fucking ruin your lungs and give you lipoid pneumonia. But you're not fessing up to the fact that you did that. You're going to be diagnosed with this bronchiolitis obliterans. And you're going to end up with a lung transplant. Well, what are they going to give you? Cyclosporin that is nebulized with propylene glycol.
Holy shit, that's so...
Recently, cyclosporin inhalation solution in solution with propylene glycol has been shown to improve overall survival and chronic rejection-free survival of lung transplant patients.
It kind of works with guys who are, but people that suffer from COPD as well, that it's been known to actually improve the health slightly.
Yes, there's a study out there about long-term survival impact.
Yeah.
Vaping improves COPD, which is caused by cigarette smoking. So obviously, we need to stop treating them the same because one is a treatment and one is the cause of their disease.
Exactly.
Pretty interesting. You wonder why I don't put out videos week after week after week? First off, unless I find something that somebody sends me something, unless I find something that really excites me and I really want to know how good it is, or unless somebody sends me something, I'm doing research. I'm trying to learn everything there is to learn about this. That's why I can sit here and talk for hours upon hours. And why I want to take these people head on. And I want to correct their misinformation that they don't even know they're spouting out of their mouth. And make them realize that it's nothing but diarrhea that is hurting public health. Oh, and you worry about adolescents? They have no problem administering it for pediatrics. So why are you worried about adolescents? And why do they keep talking about the adolescent brain? Because they can't talk about how it harms the lungs. Because it doesn't. Read the science. Take a look at it for yourself. All right. I don't care. We're going to talk about this one today. This is one of those what ifs, right? We talk about how there are certain sweeteners that we put into our e-liquids that are potentially harmful. There's already been scientific studies that show that inhalation of sucralose isn't a good thing, right? Not because the sucralose is bad, but because the process of vaporization causes it to degrade. And one of the degradations of sucralose is known to be a carcinogen. Now, granted, the amount that we put into our e-liquids, the likelihood of that being the thing that actually gives you cancer is like about the same risk as your dog's fart giving you cancer. But people don't like to put things in perspective.
That with my dog.
There's an echo, William says. Yeah, I hear it once in a while, too. It's not all the time,
Could
though.
be me sitting a bit too. It could be me too sitting probably a bit croaky now.
Red alert! There's an echo.
Yeah, boss.
Anyway.
It's this.
So here's my what if thought about science. We talk about science all the time, and I want to go on a little tangent here, okay? So I took a look at xylitol because there's this latest thing that's been talked about with xylitol where you know that you can prevent yourself from getting cavities if you chewed gum with xylitol in it.
Really?
Does xylitol prevent cavities?
Wow.
That's the question that's being asked right now because, well, they did some scientific studies on there. And you know how we talk about propylene glycol, PG, inhibits respiratory illnesses because viruses can't survive in its presence. Well, xylitol is a sugar alcohol. It's a sweetener. It's used in gum. And, well, it inhibits bacterial growth in your mouth. So if you chew gum with xylitol in it, you kill the bacteria. And like with fire, there's a fire triangle. If you break any one of those legs in the triangle, you can't get cavities. It's the same way, same thing. You know, fire triangle, you break one leg and you don't have a fire. In cavities, you need to have all three legs present. You need to have bacteria. You need to have a food source. And that bacteria eats the food source and it deposits an acid, which breaks down your enamel, right? So you can either protect the enamel, you can get rid of the food source, or you can kill the bacteria in your mouth. Xylitol kills the bacteria in your mouth, and then you can't get cavities because the triangle's broken.
Wow. I never knew that. Never knew that.
That's why I threw it in here. I mean, I'm always trying to give you guys information. I know I'm speaking to the choir most of the time out here. Once in a while, you get, you know, somebody lurking in the background that is the control activist out there, but they want to see what we have to say. But they're not going to admit it.
You see, folks, this show is also educational.
Yes, it is.
Holy fuck. Jesus.
Though more research is needed. Famous way of saying, give us more fucking money so we can do another study. Evidence strongly suggests that xylitol does prevent cavities in kids and adults by reducing the amount of harmful oral bacteria, making it hard for plaque to stick to the teeth. And reducing plaque, acid, prevents it from breaking down your tooth enamel. So my question is, what's the thermal properties of xylitol, and could we perhaps use that as a sweetener in our e-liquids? So I started looking for studies about, you know, what's the thermal endurance of xylitol? At what point does it start to break down? And then if I can't find nothing, I'm going to have to try it.
Actually vaporize. This is actually vaporize as well. You know what I mean?
It's a sugar alcohol, like some of the other sweeteners that we're using. Chemically, I'm not a chemist, so I don't know, the ins and outs of exactly how it breaks down and what it breaks down into. That's why I do the research and trying to find the research about it from people smarter than me. But that might be a sweetener for them to try in e-liquids to counteract the fact that we got vegetable glycerin remnants in our mouth. So, the food source is there, but we could kill more bacteria besides what the PG does if we had xylitol as a sweetener.
Interesting thought, that, like.
So, it's like, all these scientists keep talking about all this stuff on finding the harms. Well, okay, you found the harms. Can you compare it to cigarette smoke? No, we don't do that because our funding prevents us from doing that. Oh, how come you never talk about that?
Yeah. Or
you do want to hear people talk about it, or you do want to hear people, that are also in the same boat as you. And you want to hear from people that aren't exactly in the same boat as you. They think we're out on the deep end, and they're more reasoned. We got the e-cigarette summit coming up in Washington, D.C., May 14th. Now, this is where you can go and learn more about what is going on in the e-cigarette realm. You can find out the latest studies. You know how we do a survey every year of how you use your vape? Have you switched from a rebuildable to disposable, all this other stuff? The first thing that's available online for you if you attend this online is a video summarizing what's the market trends in e-cigarettes and vaping. Is nicotine pouches an actual thing taking over the vape sector at all? Is it displacing some of the people that are using disposables when disposables get banned? They look for that kind of stuff, and you get to watch the video summarizing all that information out there. And then you get to find out what's actually happening. Because here's the agenda that they have set up for today. Not for today, for the summit this year, April 14th, 1 month from now. No. May 14th, 1 month from now.
May 14th.
So here we go. Keynote, trends in cigarette and e-cigarette use and transitions, a tale of two or more populations. Personal take on harm reduction debate from Mitch Zeller, of all people. Retired FDA. I think he's in Big Pharma. Anyway, we'll see what she has to say.
No surprise.
We have Deborah Arnott from the Action on Smoking and Health. She's the chief executive there, talking about what is the UK's policy in smoking and vaping in 2024.
Well, she's an idiot. We're seeing her
Pathways to Smoke-Free New Zealand and Australia by Ben Udan, director of ASH in New Zealand. And our lovely asshole in chief at the U.S. Center for Tobacco Control,
Brian King. He's got
the FDA. Good old Brian King talking about his comprehensive 5-year strategic plan. I would love to talk to him and get him to realize your plan's fucking shit up and it's not making anything better. And then we got Professor Neil Benowitz is going to talk about cannabis and public health informing the future role of nicotine in society. I bet he's not going to go out on a limb like Clive Bates does. One I look forward to every single year. Recent trends in U.S. nicotine delivery product markets. Professor David Levy, he's a professor of oncology at the Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center in Georgetown. We got modern nicotine and tobacco policy. Where's the public health frontier? This is Professor Abigail Friedman, Department of Health Policy and Management, Yale Public School of Health. And my favorite, looking forward to this one, Clive Bates, Taming the Nicotine Industrial Complex, Tobacco Control 2.0.
That'd be good. That'd be definitely worth a watch.
Definitely. Keep up with the science on vaping. Lessons from Surgeon General's reports on smoking and health. You ain't nothing to learn in there. Nothing but prohibitionist agendas. The FDA's legal choices and the federal court's response. Yeah, the Fifth Circuit told you to go fuck yourself, and now you're scratching your head and you're scratching your balls going, what am I going to do next?
True enough.
We didn't think any of the courts would ever disagree with us because we're the FDA. We know everything. And they just have to listen to us because we're the experts. Bullshit.
Obviously.
And then you break for lunch, and then we take a look at as e-cigarettes become the dominant form of tobacco use. Fuck you. It's not tobacco use.
Tobacco.
It's no more tobacco use than the vitamin industry is the fucking fruit industry. Bottle of potassium's the same thing as a banana. Except when you stick it up your rear, then it doesn't feel so good.
What's everyone sticking up his ass now?
Trying to segue into the dad jokes. Cigarette smoking relapse among recent former smokers who switched to e-cigarettes or other tobacco products. Curious to see what percentage of vapors actually go back to smoking cigarettes.
I'd be very surprised with that one now.
Why? Why would you? They taste like crap compared to this stuff. Vaping, smoking transitions, a focus on the evidence. Okay. I love it because everybody that comes here brings a bunch of science. Science that's already been distilled down and presents it for the facts that are actually enlightened in it. I've yet to see a single junk science come through here. The closest coming to that is Dr. Brian King when he talks. England's National Swap to Stop program. Martin Doctoral is going to be talking about how the Swap to Stop program's working. Getting e-cigarettes in a tobacco treatment toolkit, moving the medical community from should we to how do we and for whom. And then we have e-cigarettes and harm reduction, starting with priority populations. Awesome. And then the last bit comes from Professor Kenneth Warner, University of Michigan School of Public Health, the future mortality implications of vaping for adolescents. So he's done the research. He's gathered all the information he knows. And wouldn't be surprised if he tells everybody that there really isn't any potential harm here. But I might be wrong. Maybe he found something I don't know about. Is the transition of harm reduction nicotine products inevitable? Yes, it is.
So how long does that go on for? Like just a full day of constant...
One day, one full day.
Hours, one full day and just a big, massive debate type of thing.
It's just constant presentations, and then after they do like 3 or 4 presentations, and they have a discussion panel. And each person is limited to 10 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever their thing is. Clive always ends up going over. He prepares a 60 slide presentation to regurgitate in 10, 15 minutes. He's always like, just give me one more minute. Just give me one more minute. I can wrap this up. Give me one more minute.
I'm not quite finished yet.
I mean, honestly, the amount of information that you can consume in one day is staggering.
I bet.
You can go from not knowing a whole heck of a lot to, hey man, you feel like an expert when you get done this thing. Your brain's going to hurt from all the information that's there.
Oh, God.
Because they distill it into, digestible quantities of information and digestible chunks. It's not like, going to a college class where you're there for 45 minutes and one person's nonstop talking about the same subject for 45 minutes. It's rapid fire. Here's 15 minutes. Here's 15 minutes. Here's 15 minutes. Now let's have a panel discussion for 15 minutes before we take a 10-minute break.
Got you.
So it's like 3 things, one right after the other.
I'm clouding this motherfucking room out, my friend.
Starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, is over by 5 o'clock in the evening, and you get, breaks and a lunch break in there. I love it.
You've got to have a poo.
And because it's in Washington, D.C., I don't have to get up at 2:30 in the frickin' morning to attend it like I do when it's in the UK.
Well, you know, the time zones, you know.
Listen, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Of course it is, without a doubt.
Starts 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, when it's in the UK. But I've enjoyed it every single time. Michael Redfern says, I dual used for months before he committed to switching. I didn't give myself that chance.
I think when I first tried vaping, I did kind of dual use because I couldn't really. I was having problems, just, you know, I was coughing me arse out because I was trying to get used to it. And I was going, fuck that, you know, I'm coughing like a banshee. I don't cough as much with cigarettes, so that was kind of where I was at. But then I think at the time, you see, it's not just, to me, it's not just about, yes, this is the miracle thing that will stop you smoking. You've got to want to stop smoking up here. If you don't want to stop smoking, you won't, no matter what you use.
Yes and no.
You've got to have that mindset.
There's no definitive, yes, this works for everybody. No, this doesn't work for everybody. There's always going to be outliers.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's been scientific studies that I've read. I think I'm up to 4 of them now that have done studies on people that were interested in vapes, but not interested in quitting smoking.
Yeah.
So that was the premise of the studies. And every single time, the number of people that try vaping and go, wow, this is really fucking good, and accidentally quit during the study is unbelievable.
Oh, without a doubt. I think that's where I was. I think it was more curiosity when I first tried, you know, because you know yourself the amount of times you try to quit smoking, you feel fucking miserably and all that bullshit. You know, soon, you know, even if you did well, I mean, I think I quit, for 6 months at one point. But then I had a car accident where I knocked somebody over, and that was it. The first thing I'd done was lit a cigarette when I got out of the car. It was like a bit of a trauma, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Xylene and xylitol. Do you mean xylitol?
Xylene.
It sounds like those are 2 different chemical things. I'm not a chemist, so I can't say for sure.
Larger amounts of xylene are absorbed. This can result in breathing problems, damage to the liver and kidneys, cause loss of consciousness, heart failure, and death.
Right, but what about xylitol?
They're
not the same thing.
That's a total different. Yeah, it's a total different thing, isn't it? Totally different drug. Like I said, bit of miscommunication, but you know, you should get it now. Definitely.
So we'll jump back to that since you brought that up. How about when I search for xylitol inhaler, there's actually a safety assessment of inhaled xylitol in mice and healthy volunteers. Xylitol is a 5-carbon sugar alcohol that can lower the airway surface salt concentration, thus enhancing innate immunity. We tested the safety and tolerability of aerosolized isoosmotic xylitol in mice and human volunteers. So there's already a study where people have used that and inhaled it. And they compared it to inhaling saline solution. There's no change in airway cellular response after xylitol exposure compared with baseline.
Say the levels were below the detection limits after xylitol exposure. Normal. So, yeah.
And the conclusion of the study says that inhalation of aerosolized isoosmotic xylitol is well tolerated by naive and atopic mice and by healthy human volunteers.
There you go.
So xylitol is a sweetener that can be used in an e-liquid. How it breaks down and that, I have no idea. But when it's given in an osmotic solution, meaning it's not pH positive or negative, and the salt is within normal parameters, normal human exposure, which is 7.35 to 7.45, it's well tolerated. People don't know the difference.
Wow.
But yes, Pam
That'd be
Spraggins
really
is right.
Interesting.
Keep xylitol away from your pets. It is deadly to them.
Yeah, well, it's like a bit like chocolate for dogs, isn't it? You know, give you a dog chocolate, poof, no good.
Michael Redfern says smoking in the car was the hardest thing for me to break. For me, it was after meals.
God.
The after meal.
After meals.
Because your mouth has
that
already,
after meal cigarette was-
exposed itself to all those wonderful food flavors. And it was like, I didn't get the added satisfaction when I vaped. I was looking for that immediate nicotine rush that cigarettes gave me.
Yeah. That was definitely the after meal tab. Oh, the after sex tab as well was good.
Mm-hmm.
That was the help. That was the help with the come
And there's
down.
another trigger for lots of us: drinking.
Drinking, yes. Pubs and clubs, yeah, definitely.
What
Now
surprised
that
me
does not
was
bother me
how
at
many
all.
people could smoke when they drank, but didn't smoke any other time except when they were at the bar.
Yeah.
How the fuck is that possible?
I used to know part-time smokers that never smoked at all. Normal days, work, whatever. As soon as they went out on the drink, packet of cigarettes. Or they would smoke cigars. Pint and a cigar. That was a
Pam
big
says, I
thing
never
back
smoked in the car,
70s.
but I vape in the car now.
Oh, hell yeah. Of
I do
you did.
too.
Get the window. The only thing is, it's cleaning the fucking windows. Well, that's the pain in the arse.
It's a pain. It's not that much of a pain in the ass. Spray weight glass cleaner. It's that foaming Windex, basically. You know, you spray it on the thing, let the foam dissolve, and then just wipe it off with a paper towel. Done.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I've
it's
found
easy to
no
get rid
real
of, but-
difference in the amount of time it takes for me to need to clean my windows. Just because I vape in the car, it's not that much more. Now, my wife is a different story.
You roll your window down anyway. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you won't be able to fucking see it. Hotbox your car.
I
you know
do.
what mean?
My
So-
wife doesn't.
No, she leaves the window shut. Get out the fuck.
But she's always using little disposables and little pod mods. So I'm like, she really isn't
Yeah,
exhaling
see
much.
that.
I mean, look at this. You can barely even see it.
I can kind of get that. Like,
I don't
I
know.
kind of get that one.
I feel better now.
Us cloud
I got all that off my chest.
Cloud chubbers. Yeah, good. I've got a video I want to show you, but it's a bit off topic, right? In fact, it's way off topic, but it's giving you an insight of how our fucking government works, right? It's about 5 minutes or something, but it's my friend, that guy who I showed you last time, Jonathan Pye, when he has his rant, right? So just bear with us, but this is kind of like the mentality. It's probably our government as well. There's probably other governments as well, but if I can get it up, and I'll switch our.
Louis, hello and welcome. Steve Lane, hello and welcome.
And I'll rattle it off. Are you ready for this? I'll unmute him. And let's go.
Caused much consternation,
Can you hear that?
not just amongst homeless charities, but also among many leading Conservative figures. Let's take a look at the details. Did you know this? Before the 2019 election, the Tories pledged to end rough sleeping in England by 2024. And I thought, wow, come on, let's do it. Let's do it. In 2022, Parliament voted to repeal the Vagrancy Act of 1824 with something a bit more, modern. And I thought, finally, a government that is finally going to seriously tackle this issue. Finally, we won't still be treating the homeless like they did in Victorian times. But when they pledged to stop homelessness, I didn't realise they were going to stop it by banging them all up in prison. They want to replace the Napoleonic-era Vagrancy Act with a law that is more Dickensian than, well, Dickens could have imagined. A law that not only criminalises rough sleepers and raises the prospect of them being sent to prison, but now rough sleepers could be given a fine of up to $2,500 if they smell bad. I mean, you got to laugh, right? You got to laugh, or you'll throw a fucking brick. The first time in British history you can get a criminal conviction for not washing, which is something the health secretary denied on national television yesterday. And in denying it, she lied to your fucking face, because it's in the fucking bill. These people smell because they haven't washed. They haven't washed because they don't have access to fresh water, a bit like in the third world. Yeah, more homeless people die of dehydration in the summer than of cold exposure in the winter. Easy access to clean water is a basic global human right, and yet this government is seriously thinking about criminalising not having access to a shower. And that might not end up in the final bill, but who came up with that in the first place? Tackle homelessness by fining them $2.5 grand because they honk of piss and it's getting right up my middle-class nostrils. Where are they going to find the money? For a start, there's only so many big issues you can sell, right? Everyone hates homelessness. Everyone, but the Tories, they've gone one step further. They hate the homeless. They are no better than common criminals. Rough sleepers are not a social care issue. They are, as written in this law, a nuisance. This government thinks they should be punished. People who are cold and thirsty and, yes, a bit smelly, who are statistically probably an addict with a very good chance they have serious mental health issues, they should be punished. How is this a solution to the problem? And more to the point, why is this such a problem? Social care in this country has been stripped to the bone. Local homelessness services have been cut by £1 billion a year and have lost 9,000 beds since 2010. As a consequence, rough sleeping has increased 165% since 2010. The number of people dying whilst homeless has increased by 51%. Yet this government's attitude is, we're not to blame, they are. It's their lifestyle choice. It's not our fault, it's their fault. No! There is always a reason they are there. They all have a story to tell. They haven't failed. They have been failed by their parents, by their education, their local authority, or more than likely in this instance, they've been failed by this government. Rough sleeping is not a lifestyle choice for those sleeping rough. It is a choice of this government. It's been a choice ever since David Cameron declared that we were all in it together before implementing a brutal and sustained assault on the poorest, most vulnerable people in his so-called big society. And whilst we have obscene levels of destitution and hardship in this country with record numbers sleeping rough on the streets, a near billionaire resides in number 10. Nasty, evil fuckers. Well, it's always a difficult tightrope for any government to walk, looking tough on antisocial behaviour, whilst not looking uncharitable. But many think this...
That isn't just a problem in the UK. That isn't just a problem in the UK.
World without Slack, it saves us.
Wow, man.
This one,
unbelievable. I was like,
hey, what do you think of YouTube's new fucking layout that they got going on? No more description at the bottom of your videos. We're going to put other suggested content up for you.
Yeah, it's bullshit, isn't it?
But this one's put on. This one's available on YouTube. I'll drop the link in the description for you guys to check it out. Homelessness in Germany. What's it like? How did they get there?
Exactly. They've all got, like I said, they've all got different stories to tell, haven't they?
And I watched one where Deutsch World went to California and was interviewing people that were living in the homeless encampments along the river overflows. Literally tent city.
Disgusting.
Homelessness is a real problem, a real scourge on society, and we choose not to fix it. I saw one study that said it would take roughly $20 billion to solve homelessness, not hide homelessness, solve homelessness in the United States. Creating the social network and the social programs that would take in the homeless, would find them a place to actually live, and get them a job to get them on their feet. A permanent program that would permanently be in place would be $20 billion. But we can't spend that. We need to spend that on the next laser fucking weapon to throw on a tank. So we can't spend it on actually solving homelessness.
Spend it on, us are now going to send illegal immigrants to fucking Rwanda at the taxpayers' expense. Fucking send them to Africa. What's that going to do? Fucking hell. Unbelievable, man.
It is unbelievable.
But
it's a sad state of affairs that our worlds are living in.
But to make it an actual crime, how the fuck can you make homelessness a crime? People don't choose to live like that. Surely not.
Some people do. Vegas underground meth tunnels. There are people that become addicted to drugs, okay? And when they do that, their drug use becomes a priority for them and nothing else matters. It overtakes their need for housing and shelter and food and health care. And the only thing that they worry about is where are they getting their fix and how are they paying for it?
Well, this is it. This is probably the downfall from society. Like they said, it could be an addiction. It could be, feel this or feel that. But they have been failed by the authorities. When you're there, nobody's interested.
Well, when the government establishes and constantly perpetuates a black market supply chain for people and don't create a social safety net to guide people and recognize when they become addicted, we could all follow Portugal's lead. Portugal did this years ago. They legalized everything. They created a framework to legalize all of it. Now, if you want to consume it in the legal market, you need to prove you got a job. You need to prove you got a household, that you aren't, disregarding your basic human needs, and then they can allow you to purchase it legally. They did this. Most of the black market disappeared. And guess what?
Exactly.
The people that become addicted to it because they were genetically predisposed to be more reactive to it than you and I would be, they get treatment when they get to that point. And it's treated as a medical problem. And all the taxes from all their legalized drugs paid for the country to have universal health care. Not just the universal health care needed to treat the addicts, but health care for the entire fucking country.
Mm-hmm.
Paid for by drugs. There are solutions out there, but they got to follow through with it, and they got to put them into a place, and they got to get rid of the stigma that's associated with drug addicts and homeless and all this other stuff. Government created those problems.
Of course they did. And they're failing the people as well.
Because they forgot that the main reason government exists is to provide things for society. You want police officers. You want a fire department to put your house out if it catches on fire. You want an ambulance to show up at your house when you get sick and can't get yourself to the hospital. Those public services are created by your taxes. And where you draw the line can make a massive difference in society.
I mean, there was another thing as well. Again, off topic. All the potholes in our roads are fucking crumbling, right? And a survey that done said there are more potholes on the UK's road network than there are craters on the fucking moon.
I believe it. I totally believe it. I bitch all the time about, Pennsylvania's fuel taxes, right? And my bitch about the cost of fuel in Pennsylvania compared to the cost of fuel in Ohio isn't driven by the higher taxes we pay. Pennsylvania has the highest gas tax in the entire United States. And that was enacted by our last governor in order to deal with the pothole problem that you're talking about. Because the latest United States study, the Department of Transportation did a study and found that the majority of the bridges are going to collapse. Don't worry about the pothole on the fucking bridge. The whole bridge itself is going to collapse if we don't do something about it. And we need the money to do that, so they raise the price of a gas tax per gallon another 10 cents, 15 cents, whatever the hell it was, making us the most expensive gasoline tax in the country. But 100% of the money that comes in from that is allocated to build new bridges, to build new roads, to repave the old roads. And they did this 10 years ago, I think. And the roads are getting better. Most of the roads are freshly paved. And I am staggered by how many bridges are getting reworked or rebuilt.
Well, that kind of just chills in with that point where that tanker hit the bridge and the whole bridge come down, but there was guys on there fixing the potholes on the fucking bridge, obviously.
Yeah,
Wow.
perhaps you should have been worried about reinforcing the structures around there, considering it's a normal shipping way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's time for a drink. What do you think?
Mm.
Good old flavor
Definitely.
explosion time.
Woohoo!
You're up first. You got your drink ready?
I have.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Hello, and today we've been to school night. You know, I do have to play safe on a school night. And I've gone back to Paul's favourite drink. I've gone back to Boddington's. This is 3.4% by volume. And this is the one where you've just got to watch the pour, because the way this thing settles, it's just, amazing to the eye.
Wow, that is
Starts off
beautiful.
Cloudy. As it starts cloudy, and as you can see, it just starts to clear, and oh, hell yeah. Amber nectar in a glass, as the Australians say. Well, there you go. That's what I'm on. Boddington's.
And
Good
for
old
me,
dinner.
I pulled something that's been sitting in the fridge for a long time.
Oh,
Salvador's
what a margarita.
strawberry margarita.
A margarita, Jesus.
The tequila is already in it. It's ready to pour. 19.9 proof. Hot diggity.
Well, I've got one I can show you, but I don't think she'll let us have some. It was the wife's birthday on Friday, and this is what she got.
Yeah, how'd that go? You showed us what you got her, even though you said you weren't going to. Curious to see. What did she think of it?
She was
Those of you missed last week, it was a hair straightener.
Yeah, she loved it. She loved it. Just what she wanted. But wow, this stuff's amazing. I've nearly been to try, but have a look at that.
The Kraken. Black spiced rum.
Spiced rum. Oh, dynamite! This stuff. It is 40% volume.
I love it. I love it, man.
And I like the little handles. You know, you can just go.
No, with that, there's what, 40% alcohol in that rum.
Yeah.
You won't
That's
catch me
rocket
down in
fuel.
the bottle like that.
But it's not. It's not. It's sweet. It's like a pop. It's literally that sweet. You just bang. Really
So
nice.
it's not just me realizing that alcohol has gotten to the point now where it's just unbelievable how much flavor is in it to mask the alcohol.
Yep. Unbelievable. But you know, it's just the wife, so I let her. As much as I would love to. If I drank that bottle, I would not move for a week. I would be ill. I wouldn't be able to function.
I'll bet.
I'd be probably drunk for about 2 days and then another 5 days to sober up.
All right, let's go check out the hand checks and see what we got going on here. Let's save that image for our hand checks.
Did you know that you've got adverts on this live stream? Did you know that?
Yeah. Only when you first come onto
Cheeky
it.
bastards. Yeah, the cheeky bastards.
Listen, mate,
Cheeky
I gotta make
cunts.
my 30 cents per episode.
An advert just, you know what I mean? If they knew it was a vaping show, you wouldn't have an advert.
No, it's only from YouTube. It doesn't get most advertising. It only gives YouTube Prime membership. They give me a cut of their whatever subscription thing,
Yeah.
and then a select few advertisers that are willing to put their ads on anything. They don't care what the content is.
Does that like a desperation marketing? Ooh.
Cheers to our health.
To your health, sir. Cheers.
Oh, maybe I should have got some ice. The flavor, the pucker factor on that flavor is just, it gets your jowls watering. Whoa. You almost need that ice in there, crushed ice in there to break that down a little bit and dim that flavor. Just too bright, too punchy. Freaking delicious, though. All right.
Cooling sensation.
Hand checks. Let's get them opened up, get them checked out. We'll start with William Dobson's. And
I'll show you my hand check first.
Go ahead.
Look at that little bastard. Ow.
What did you do? You burned that.
Ow. Nope. That's all the dead skin I've just pulled off. I had an infection in the corner of my nail. It was all full of green pus. And that's kind of what's left of it when I squeeze it all out.
You got some cellulitis underneath that skin.
Oh,
from the
it's
infection.
It's like wrinkly. Yeah. I need to get some
Neosporin. What we have here in the States, the antibiotic ointment.
Yeah.
Put that salve on there and wrap it in a Band-Aid and then let it fester. That antibiotic will actually treat that wherever that opening is.
Oh, it's so. Well, I've done it by accident because like it came up, and I was at work, and I picked up one of the bags. And when I moved, I jammed the bag between the shelf, and my finger was in the middle of it, and it just went pop. It just burst. Oh, that hurt. The screams. If anybody's walking past a van, they would have thought somebody was getting murdered. Oh, yeah, bugger. That hurt.
So here's William Dobson's lovely hand check. You know exactly what he's got there.
Oh.
That looks like the sandwich on the top.
Yeah.
And it looks like a top side.
Looks like a top side, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Very nice.
What else we got? What else we got in the hand check section? I happened to catch somebody making their own coils. And look at that. Ingenuity using Legos as wire clamps.
Yeah,
that's
keep it all
ingenious
straight while
there.
you spin it. Yeah.
How about that one?
Wow.
Look at that lovely picture.
That's nice.
There you go.
Whoa. Look at that bad boy.
Drift. Now that
Who's that
is
on?
a fantastic mech mod.
That's gorgeous, that.
And Mallery Gates' little display.
Holy shit. Plenty to go on there.
You don't need to spend a fortune to have a beautiful vape collection.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Well, you guys can already tell because of the background, it's time for our dad jokes. Are we ready?
Come on then.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
We must eliminate the child-appealing flavors, or Mike Tyson's gonna come after him.
That bumper's class. That's really good, that.
I need more help, man. That's all my voice. Now we know the truth. He never made it home.
Oh.
Let this be a warning to ETs everywhere. We eat everything we kill. Everything. We don't care.
Who are ET?
Hi, man. Tomorrow is National Snap Your Annoying Coworker Day. If you're not sure who that is, I'd call in sick, because it's probably you. 90% of women who wear yoga pants don't do yoga. And 100% of straight men don't give a shit. If you could read my mind, you'd back away slowly and then run for your life.
Hell yeah.
Being adult is basically dealing with idiots, paying bills, cold meals, no sleep, and avoiding the doctor until you need to be hospitalized.
True. Pretty much nailed on the head, that.
Give me your money! I'm a politician. Then give me my money back! You crook! And this is Pennsylvania lately. One day it started to rain and it didn't stop for 4 months.
Oh, gosh, I got over here. Sick of it.
And naturally, the only day that it's not actually raining is the day that I'm do the live. So, grass ain't getting cut today either. It's already like 6-8 inches tall in some places. Hey man, did you know some strange information of truthful facts for you? There is a bridge between mainland China and Macau where cars switch from left to right-hand drive and vice versa. Ain't that cool?
That's so weird.
Yeah. When you're tired of assholes with their high beams on, so you decide you want to blind them for the rest of their miserable fucking life, we've got a Jeep just for you.
Holy moly, you could light up the fucking town with that.
And my favorite bumper sticker of the week. If driven carefully, please report stolen.
Yeah.
Here's an Outback towing an Outback parked outback of Outback. Pretty cool. And this is the reason mechanics hate engineers. Yep. Why on God's green earth would you put the starter inside the transmission hub?
Holy moly. That would be a nightmare.
And we've got a leak of VW's first self-driving car.
Yeah, Herbie.
I loved watching Herbie when I was a kid.
Herbie films are great. Brilliant film.
And I love it. Here you go. Fuck engineers. They're a piece of shit. Hey man, the new ceramic brakes definitely work.
Oh, hell. What on earth?
That's what happens when you don't strap down your cargo.
Jesus.
Why buy fender flares when you have an old kiddie pool laying around that nobody is using? I think those are sexy.
I like the ingenuity. Like,
personally, I would have bought a couple cans of spray paint to, blend it in, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Each their own. If Build Back Better was a car.
Holy fuck. Jesus.
That's the current state of the United States that politicians are ignoring. Because they created the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest evils in the world will not be carried out by men with guns, but by men in suits sitting behind their desk in Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about the idiot of all idiots. The typical narcissist, only worried about himself. That safety cage is for the tire, not for you, Nimrod. Because when the tire's in the cage and it blows, not only are you protected, but so is everybody else around you. This printer identifies as Bob Marley because it just keeps jamming. And jamming. And jamming. And if that printer was on Office Space, it would get the baseball bat treatment.
Too right. Gone.
So sad to see an Applebee's chef thrown out on the street. He's homeless. Doesn't even have a smile. Freeride Vapor, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hi, Freerider.
That's the Applebee's chef. Been fired. How old were you when you got your first car? Drop it in chat. I want to know. And what was it?
$15. Ford Capri. Mark 1.
I was 16, almost 17, and got a hand-me-down Mercury Marquis station wagon. I sanded that bitch black. I sanded that bitch and then painted it flat black because I love the Blues Brothers and I wanted a car like them, even though it was a station wagon. Al Ben, hello and welcome. 1969.
Hi, Al.
1969 Roadrunner for Al Ben. Roadrunner. Kenny's frothing at the mouth already.
Oh, yes.
Michael Redfern was 16 and saved up for 2 years to buy a 1988 Dodge Daytona.
Wow.
Mallory Gates was 17 when she got a Renault Alliance 1980 that lasted her 5 days. Hand-me-downs. I heard the echo. It's coming back from you. I see it on your meter. I don't understand how.
Getting nothing my end, eh? I'm getting absolutely nothing, no echo at all on my end. Nothing.
I don't understand why. There's no path in your signal chain for it to come back in, unless your microphone's picking up your earpiece. It doesn't make any sense because it's in your ear.
Oh, not pointing.
I don't know. Whatever. Unless you got it in OBS, that's another possibility. You might be capturing me in OBS as one of your audio sources.
Nope.
Hey, is it too early to talk about O.J. Simpson and how this guy's not O.J. Simpson? You heard the old bloke passed away.
Yeah.
Feeling cute? Might disappear later. I don't know. Good old 10 mil
10
socket.
mil socket. Always disappears. Always.
I got 3 socket sets. All of them are missing the 10 mil, and they've been replaced with non-branded 10 mils. Why men live shorter than women.
Fucking hell.
All that just to clean the camera. To clean the second floor security camera. How you like my Crocs?
That looks awful.
That'd be me in Australia. Go to walk barefoot like the rest of the blokes there and reveal my spotted suntan. And some more Pittsburgh humor for you. For those of you that don't live around here, Pittsburghians would be like, hey man, let's build stairs and live way up there on top of that mountain. There's no street up there. We have to walk down those steps every single day to get to our car or the bus. What the hell is this? Who the hell would do that for breakfast? Slice a hot dog halfway in and put a sliver of a pancake in it. And then dip it in the ketchup?
Oh.
Ugh.
No.
I've decided that I no longer want to be an adult. If anyone needs me, I will be in my blanket fort coloring. Fuck all needs. I don't care. I'm done with it all.
Exactly.
Some people call me crazy. I prefer the term happy with a twist.
Definitely.
The longer you look, the funnier it gets.
That's so.
Winnie the Pooh.
Little face on the nose.
Don't let my wife see it. She's gonna go right after that little snorkly nose.
Got a face on the nose as well. Oh.
First thing I do is put that dog on a diet. Shouldn't have a fat face like that. You look like me. I don't recall stealing any jokes, but I'm sure this will be his funeral procession.
Ouch.
I remember that day. You remember seeing that on TV? Did they show it in UK?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep, I had it live as well off the chopper.
And you were asking the same thing just last week. Why is it in the United States when one guy commits some minor little crime, there's 75 police officers that have to get involved?
Just overkill.
And despite my soapbox rant earlier today about the lack of immediate usage of harm reduction, let me remind you that all it takes is a little crack in the sidewalk and happiness can flow from it. I don't care how much money Bloomberg dumps into the conning of Americans and UK people and Europeans and Australians and all over the world, scientists, public health authorities. The truth is out there. You cannot deny the 100 million vapers out there. They use this every day so they don't smoke. And their friends and family know about it and watch them do it every single day. And when they don't get sick and they only keep improving their health outcomes, I don't care how much propaganda you put on TV and scare stories, people know the truth. And their propaganda is only delaying the inevitable. The truth will prevail. And another little piece of positive motivation for you. We are all a bit broken in some way, but remember, even broken crayons can fill a page with glorious color.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I finally cleaned out my middle kitchen drawer. We all got one of these. That drawer that you shove all the crap into. You don't want to get rid of, but you don't want to deal with really either. Clean mine out.
My desk's like that as well.
I got to do my garage next. I need a dumpster. I'm going to have to run a dumpster.
Oh.
I got car parts for my 89 Escort GT still in the car. New rotors, pads, timing belt.
Same here. I've got more old car parts up than anything else. Don't need them.
I got rid of that car decades ago. Oh, there's some more useful information for you. You know that the water ain't going to clear up until you get the pigs out of the creek. So if you're sick and tired about your government screwing you, vote them out of office. I don't care what party they stand with. Any schmuck's better than the ones that are in the control now. Do you ever notice that after Italians give any advice, they always throw their hands up and say, "But what the hell do I know?" You know, they do that just in case their advice destroys your entire life. I don't want to be held responsible for that.
Nope, don't do me that one. What do I know? Nope.
But what do I know? Hey, man, I'm not one of those complicated, mixed-up cats. I'm not looking for the secret to life. I just go on from day to day, taking what comes.
All you can do, brother.
Dishing shit back to the people that deserve it. Soap for writer's block. Smells like regurgitated ideas and probably a vampire. Come on. It's a bar of soap, not magic. Try vodka if you don't like it.
I like that.
Here's one for Pam. Please do not teach the squirrels to play D&D.
Oh, double day.
Dungeons and Dragons, mate. Role-playing games from our childhood.
Got you.
This is the beautiful way to offend 4 groups of fans with one meme. Use the force, Harry.
Very clever.
Hey, man, I swallowed an ice cube yesterday and I haven't pooped it out yet. It's really scary. What am I going to do, guys? Go back to grade school science, you moron.
Go and shit in an ice cube tray.
He's fine. He just plays dead whenever he's had enough socializing. There's nothing to do with the
Oh,
alcohol.
all like that. Nope.
You want a bone? She has no interest whatsoever. I don't understand this dog. You want a bone?
Nope.
How about if I toss it to you?
I'm quite happy here, you see. Oh, is that the one that plays with it first? And then thinks, I gotta eat this. Nope, he's looking again. He's looking again. What the fuck? Thank you.
She always has such a
Holy
sad look on her face.
Does like. I think that when you first, it was like it looked as if is that it? Is that it? Is all I'm getting?
That's all I get.
Aw.
Seriously?
Oh.
Man unable to learn any useful information as the brain is already filled to capacity with Monty Python jokes.
Oh my god. Brilliant.
You have to appreciate the humor. Older guys will definitely understand this.
Kind of facing the wrong way.
That's a Pinto. It's a Ford Pinto.
Yeah.
The car that gets
Does it go
rear-ended with a turn
faster?
signal on blows up.
I thought it went faster in reverse, judging by the way the flames are pointing.
Well, it does 0 to 60 in about 5 minutes.
Those guys thought you guys see hours.
So it does go faster in reverse. And it is extremely flammable if you get rear-ended.
Holy moly. Whoops.
And just like that, I'm banned from the dinosaur exhibit.
You always get one, don't you?
When you're on your third red light in a row and you try to stay calm. We were talking last week about the red light district and the blue light district.
Yeah.
Don't move. I think we walked right into the middle of a minefield. Listen, this is why I ask people to submit their jokes. Cake Master 2003, hello and welcome.
Hello, Cake Master.
Hey man, she says that she's super religious, but I see right through it. What do you think?
Kind of, yeah.
Simon and Garfunkel, Sounds of Cylons.
Oh. Okay, now.
You don't like Battlestar Galactica?
Oh, I can vaguely remember it. Was that on that long ago? Jesus.
But you remember
Battlestar
Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, yeah.
I present you Taco Bell.
Oh, God. Really?
Pew, 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 pew.
See me.
Hey man, if you're hungry and you have no money, please take one of these meals. They've been paid in advance. Give the server their ticket, and they'll have the kitchen prepare your meal.
Well, I'll tell them all. Get in there.
Uh-oh, that's not going to end well.
No, it's not like. Oh, no. Hell no. No. Oh, hell no.
Cultural icons. You got to remember the Mask movie to go, oh, shit, that's not going to work good.
Yeah. Somebody stop me.
He goes from nice to meet you, sir, to You's a daughter. Call me's a daddy, too.
Oh, Jesus.
Man, this ruined my fucking day. What the hell?
God damn it.
Okay, serious debate here. Number 1 or number 2? Drop it in chat. Which do you prefer, number 1 or number 2? Where should he wear the bow tie?
One. That's my penny.
1.
Definitely 1.
Make sure it works there. Works there, too.
Gotcha.
Interactive audience here. Sometimes you have to admit it's fucking time for you to retire, old lady.
Holy fuck. The bed's gone out. I feel your pain, mommy.
How is that lady not screaming right now? Needle right to the side of the boob.
Oh, hell no.
Ooh. Fear, anger, hatred, finding out your parents sold your Lego Star Wars collection.
Oh.
Aww.
God damn it.
I reject your reality and substitute my own. Have a nice day.
The law enforcement officer just rearing towards you.
Hey man, if it's stupid but works, it's not so stupid.
That's brilliant. That's just genius.
Recycled
How to
content.
recycle your plastic. Recycle your plastic bottles. There you go.
This means hope. This means you're about to get your ass kicked.
Good old Batman.
I don't know about that.
Prefer Superman.
Someone just called me normal. I've never been so insulted in my entire life. What?
Fucking right.
Normal?
Define normal.
What is normal?
Define normal. Define normal. What is normal? Everybody's got a little bit of craziness, man. Everybody's a little crazy. Gotta be.
Normal is not drinking pre-made margarita out of a glass with no ice.
That's not normal. You're not normal. You are not normal.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
It is. Definitely is.
Hot diggity, hot diggity. So what do you think, mate? What are we going to do today? What's going to be next? Are we doing random recipes? Or are we doing retro vape?
I forgot what you got. I forgot what you had for retro vape, so I think we should go
The
for
Aspire Speedster.
retro vape. Ooh. Let's have a look, eh?
Aye. Aye. Alrighty, up for our entertainment today, we have this beautiful Aspire FeedLink Revo kit. Is it a squonker?
That looks quite nice.
What
That
is
really
it?
Looks quite nice.
What is it?
Looks like a squonk. Looks like a squonky, doesn't it? It looks like a squonky donkey, mate.
I don't know.
Looks like a squonky donkey.
Feed link. Is this one of those attempted self-squonkers? That's the real question.
Weird.
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's a squonk bottle. Single 18650.
Definitely a squinky squonker. Trying to see when it was out.
Come on. What's going on here? First off, it shouldn't have been out of the device when I opened the package.
Oh. That's weird. That's weird how that works. When it squonks, it doesn't squonk onto your coils. There's a tank underneath. Your squonker fills the tank up.
Man, those threads are coarse.
Oh, the squeaky yaka kaka.
Once you get it started, it's not that bad. But like, it literally sits recessed in there. They couldn't have made that a little taller?
That looks a bit awkward to get your fingers in as well to get out of it.
Nice little sleeve over top of the squonk bottle.
You know what you're best to do with that eventually? Dump the tank and just put a friggin' an RDA straight on the top.
There's no display on it. Any LED lights at all?
I don't think it's mechanical, is it?
You see the lights, LED lights blinking. It's nice it only fits in one way. What else comes in the box?
Saying it's an unregulated device. Which says it doesn't actually function like a mechanical device, as there are some protections hardwired into the device. It sets a hard limit of 80 watts. I'm saying, you see that glass tank on the bottom, when you squonk, that's what it fills up. It doesn't actually squonk directly to your
Oh, it's another one of these.
Oh, what's
that?
The
maze?
fucking...
Remember the Vandy Vape maze?
Yeah. Yeah.
They have the cotton on the bottom.
Oh.
That's your coil. There's the cotton on the bottom.
Flatty pan things, isn't it?
And it's a squonker. So that just slips in there. And this is the top that gets screwed down there.
It's fed from the tank. When you squonk, all you're doing is you're filling that glass chamber up at the bottom. Pretty much. When the fuck did they bring this out? I'm trying to find a date.
And this
you can
top,
still buy the day for. You can still buy the day for 21 quid.
Oh, yeah, I just bought this recently from Element Vape.
Yeah.
It was on their clearance thing. Now I see why it was so cheap. All right. Let's get some... Where's the juice that I had on the table with it? Where did I put it? We'll go with some Southern Peach. Double Delight.
It was brought out in 2018, so what, 26-year-old?
I'm just going to saturate
Yeah,
that
it's
cotton
like
there on the top just to get her started.
It's like a semi-mech device, but its max output is 80 watts.
Man, the threads on this are garbage. You know how hard it is to get them to line up and then actually start? I got lucky that time. But the time before that was a pain.
William Dobson said the cotton gets absolutely soaked when you tilt it.
Yeah, I got that. I understand that part of it. It's just a wonder of how effective is that going to be?
Welcome, Dusty. I know you're lurking and working. She's lurking and working. Dusty is lurking and working.
It's the only problem with these squonkers like that. It takes forever to fill them up with these styles.
Yeah.
But then back in the day, I mean, they were using eyedroppers. With an eyedropper, it wouldn't take hardly anything, 3 or 4. Clearly, I need to fill this thing up because it's going to take half a bottle to fill up that tank.
It's a pity you couldn't actually pre-fill the tank, and just use the squonk at the top of it. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
I mean, I suppose I could. Same with the threads here. Squeaky.
I mean, at least the bottle actually locks in, it doesn't pop out when you squeeze or anything. So, I think the mod itself looks pretty okay, but what I've seen, they're not really raving over that tank.
I can see why.
I mean, if you put a build on, like an RDA that, shoot for 80 watts, it'd be fine. If you put a little RDA on, 80 watt squonker, very nice. Shit, I'm out of camera. Yeah, I'm moving off. Sorry, folks. I wonder how much that tank holds. What, 2 ml?
I'm trying to count the squeezing. I'm maybe 3, maybe 2. Your typical squonk bottle like this is 7 mils. And I filled the thing up. And now if you look on the bottom, there's hardly any left in there.
Probably that's probably what you've got to fill the bottle up, squonk the tank full, take it out, refill the bottle, and then you're ready to go.
Yeah, but from what I remember on the Maze, it's not like that fantastic of a vape anyway.
Yeah.
But fortunately, back in the day, you got a spare glass and you got a spare coil.
What resistance are them coming out of? Does not just I can't.
Don't know. I could put it on the ohm reader.
Doesn't give you anything. Wonder what its resistance is that. I'll take a guess. I was just going to say 0.15, but there you go. Wasn't far away. 80 watts, 0.13. I don't think that'd be even hot enough.
I don't know, mate. It's an interesting design. We've already proven that it wasn't the greatest idea. Having that flat maze mesh.
It is an oddball, isn't it? Having that design. It's a bit of an oddball, isn't it?
The Feed Link Revo kit from Aspire. She doesn't look bad. The first true chrome one that I've got. It feels pretty comfortable in the hand for being a single device.
I like that top
It's a
fire,
little
like
thin
with
on
your
the
thumb. I
thin
think that's
side.
pretty cool.
And the Thought Fire button is new.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Like I said, if the tank's crap, you can still put an RDA on it. So, it's not all is lost.
It's like breathing through it, though, airflow wise.
Very airy.
Cut it down about halfway. There's the bottle. That was what I was originally going to put on there. Spoonful.
Spoonful.
Can you tell it's not my favorite? Fruit Loop cereal. And milk.
Fruit Loop. Yuck.
Meanwhile, my Southern Peach
is nearly
more
gone.
than half gone. And then Clementine Citrus Mango. Almost gone. Sweet Apple Sugar Baby.
Sweet Apple Almost
gone. And then the only other one that I've got there that's not my favorite, fried banana split.
Ooh.
It legit tastes like a fried banana split, but it's just like, I think the milk is what is doing it off for me. It's like, it's an accurate representation of what ice cream would taste like. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I just don't do enough cookies and cream. Perfect example is the strawberry mango from Cloud Nerds.
Yeah.
Very, very, very creamy. Just a hint of strawberry and a hint of mango.
That would probably suit me. I like creamy vapes. I like that kind of shit. Like that would suit me.
A bastard, hello and welcome.
Hello, you bastard.
He said there's a rather good blues tune called Spoonful.
Ah.
I have to check that out. Been a long time since I've heard any blues music.
I like the dark, rocky type blues. I don't mind that. Like, the dark, rocky, like that. Awesome.
What do you think?
It's a nice looking kit. I'll give it that. Like, looks very plasticky though.
Doesn't feel plasticky. I mean, yeah, this is definitely a chrome plastic, like model kits.
Yeah.
Did you ever build model cars when you were a kid? You know, the chrome bumpers you would
model
get?
Airplanes. Yeah, model airplanes, model
Me
cars.
too.
Used to love that. Airfix. Used to always have Airfix models.
I did one ship. Man, was that tedious to get those sails on that ship. To take the string and glue the string on there and have the sails attached to it. It's just...
I think the only boat I ever done was the replica of the HMS Ark Royal, which was basically a plane ship. It was like a warship for the planes on. It was quite a big one. That was about a foot long when it was finished. You know, it was good. Big size thing. Massive.
Biggest model I ever did, I think it was my 16th birthday, we went and visited the John Glenn Space Center at NASA. And my parents bought me the space shuttle that wasn't just a shuttle. It was the entire launch tower. So you had to build the launch tower, you had to build the rocket boosters, you had to build the shuttle, and the whole thing came together. And it was the biggest model I've ever done. I never got around to finishing it. I built the shuttle, I built the rocket boosters, and that sat there on my desk, and then I started to build the platform, and it was just like, holy kick, is this complicated? Because it was all nothing but railing and towers and brackets. It was like building scaffolding.
The biggest airplane one, well, I had two biggest ones. I had the Concorde, obviously the Concorde jet, and I had the Vulcan bomber. That was a big one. That was huge, that thing. I tried that because when I used to finish my models, I used to like get some thread and I used to pin them up and hang them from the ceiling. This fucking Vulcan bomber thing, no thread would hold it. It was just too heavy.
I had the same problem with the SR-71. I built the SR-71 as a supersonic spy plane. Matter of fact, it was what was the movie? It was the old guys that become astronauts. Anyway, they were talking about the SR-71, and it was one of the planes that I actually went to go see at the National Air and Space Museum. But the thing leaks like a sieve on the ground. You fill the thing up with fuel, and it literally leaks like a sieve until it takes off and gets to be supersonic. Because once it gets supersonic, Space Cowboys, thank you, Mallery. Once it gets supersonic, the heat of the air passing over the wings expands everything, and it seals up, and she just flies like a rocket ship.
Yeah. Wow. Must use some fuel to get it off the ground, like. It's on the fucking runway.
Yeah, it went like, I remember what the top speed of it was. Which is kind of ironic, because I can remember all kinds of other stuff from my youth.
I had all the classics, you know, the Spitfire, Lancaster Bomber, all the classic ones. Hawker Hurricane, the German one, the Stuka Bomber, the Heinkel, and I had the good old American Flying Fortress Bomber. Have that now.
Memphis Belle.
I was big into it then. Memphis Belle, yeah.
The F4 Phantom, I used to love that one. I always thought that it was cool, the tail, how it had the tri wings on it.
Had the, what do you call it, the Hawker Harrier. Remember the jump jet, the Hawker Harrier? Whatever happened to the Hawker Harrier, the jump jet? Just
cost prohibitive.
Just phased out yet. It's just such an ingenious piece of technology for a jet fighter to literally just take off and land like a helicopter. Like, wow.
Well, my allergies don't like something on this.
Probably the fucking coil. Getting plenty of vapor out of it, like.
And there's plenty of flavor for that vape, for that double peach. There's no sweetness to it whatsoever, though. Unlike when I put it in any other tank, the modern tank, like the Arbiter even. I get a beautiful sweet peach. This, I get the peach aspect of it. I get the fruity aspect of the peach. I get like the peach skin flavor of it. So it's a beautiful nuanced peach flavor that's representative of that juice, but that's just lacking sweetness.
Might need a bit of break-in time, you know, you're talking 2018 technology, so maybe a little bit of break-in for the coil.
And there is that off cotton taste. Used to get back in the day.
I was waiting for that one. Yeah. That's definitely means you need at least a tank full or so to go through that, like. That's all you could taste for your first time. You're like, for fuck's sake, hurry up and fucking quick.
I'm curious. I'm going to see how long this thing lasts. I'm going to fill this up. Fill this Squonker bottle up. I am not dripping on this brand new mat. I saw that mat was disgusting, so I ordered a new one. I laid the new one out, and the edges, because it's an LED lit mouse mat, was like all rippled. I'm like, oh, it'll settle in a couple days. That didn't budge. So I had to order another one, which actually looks more like the last one that it replaced, and actually the position where the power feeds it is in the same place. I'm like, I'm gonna try and take care of this thing for a while at least.
You like your little flashy lights. Fucking mouse, man. The thing I've got's from 1920 fucking Blonde, man. It's dead. Look at the fucking pillars. It's embarrassing. Look at this. It's fucking falling apart the edges.
Mate, it's 10 quid. Spend 10 quid and get yourself a brand new one. They got all kinds of patterns. I prefer the world map myself, but they have all kinds of patterns, colors, and...
It's
fucking
had it.
The problem with over squonking.
Yep. All over you. And over dripping.
Another reason to have syringes laying around. Because I got to make room for the straw to go down in there.
That would probably be the best way to fill your squonk bottle with a syringe. It's just easy, push it in quick.
It would have been, yeah.
With the bottle.
Hey, guess what? The threads aren't squeaky anymore.
There you go. Just need a bit of fucking vape juice on them. Bob's your uncle.
Oh, I gotta wipe off this bottle. So anything new in your life besides your wife's birthday?
Not long. Got this.
Oh. You do love your creams and custards.
But it's a way. The tin's great. You know, it's like it's a bottle in a tin.
Oh, that's not a box. That's a tin. Proper tin.
It's an actual proper tin box. Probably recycle it for something. You know what I mean? The green bin has now got a multicolored bin to go with it.
Very nice.
It tastes a bit like, I mean, it looks like it's supposed to be like, obviously, glazed milk donut or something, but it tastes a bit like rice pudding in my eyes. Like, it's a weird taste. But, you know. Sitting here in
Hot
the
diggity,
drag.
back in the bottle. Back in the bottle again.
A little Voopoo drag. I don't think it's a drag X, it's just a little drag. Little pod drag kit. Quite nice. Very nice. Very nice.
I'm quite impressed with this thing so far. I didn't think it was going to produce vape as good as it does. I don't remember the maize making as much flavor as this. Yeah.
Holy moly, that's leaked.
Nose is running like a sieve. It's one I can't exhale through my nose.
That happens to me. That's why I can't really exhale a lot through my nose, because as soon as I do it, I get a runny nose. I don't know why. It's just the way it is.
And the thing is, because peach is one of those flavors that's always given me problems. I've yet to find one that was a luscious peach without exhaling through your nose. Because your odorific senses are what actually give you the perception of taste. Kind of leads your tongue to reinforce whatever it smells.
So yeah, so I said that's the reason, that's the thinking behind it. But like I say, my nose just runs. Like, oh hell, shit! Better stop landing through my nose. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, vaping it without any of it coming out through my nose, it's just like I don't get any peach flavor at all. There's certainly no sweetness. It's pretty damn close to, you know, just vaping straight VGPG.
Really? Wow.
William Dobson says that tin would be great to put spare drip tips in.
Yeah. It'd be really recyclable, because we just store them your bits of shit, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Like I say, you don't often see them stored like that. Like, I'm quite impressed with the box anyway. Not so much the juice, like, but you know.
I'm impressed, and I probably shouldn't be, because it came from Aspire. Aspire doesn't put out total garbage ever. I've never had anything from Aspire that was total garbage. My first kit that I bought from them wasn't enough to satisfy me, but I'd blame more of that on the e-liquid than I do the device.
Yeah.
But let's jump into our recipes, because I pre-mixed up a couple different things for you guys ahead of time. Let it steep overnight. And I wanted to evaluate it, because I remember talking to you guys and telling you, listen, this meat coconut that we had, lovely, lovely coconut flavor, reminds me of an Almond Joy, right? All that's missing is the chocolate and that almond. And the almond is more of a crunch than it is an almond flavor.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm like, all I got to do is add some double chocolate to this. Maybe, you know, toasted almond or marzipan. Just a hint of it. And I have a beautiful Almond Joy. So, yesterday, amongst my tinkering, I ended up modifying the original recipe and come up with me Almond Joy.
Me Almond Joy.
Same recipe. I just added 3% double chocolate and 0.75% of marzipan.
Oh.
Which in a little tiny 10 ml concoction was 2 drops. Gave her a lovely shake and let her sit. So we got a beautiful fresh coil set up here. The coconut is now subdued on the smell. And that double chocolate is an alcohol-based flavor. So I'm getting mainly the alcohol coming off of that. This might be one of those ones where I need to let it steep uncovered. You know what I mean? Let that alcohol evaporate out of the solution.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Let's see what she vapes like. Saturate this drop solo 1.5. Saturate the wicks nicely.
Oh, it is like, you need to get your hands on this drop dead too, RD. It's really good. Absolutely fantastic. Been loving it.
0.46 ohms, 35 watts is what it's set at. Ramp up time's a little slow. Ooh, 38. Much better. All right. Let's see what she's like. Let's see what she's like, mate.
Here we go.
Nah.
Not quite.
I'm getting that drying aspect to this double chocolate that I've had before. The coconut isn't even there as a taste anymore. It's more like a background odor. Chocolate's way too strong.
The chocolate's overtaken. Like I say, I was thinking Blueberry's dropping the chocolate down. Maybe it'd be even as little as 1%, you know, just to give it that hint.
Yeah. And it needs reinforcement by itself. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
I should probably use Mullenberry's Glamour Chocolate. So if I cut the double chocolate down, I think I'm going to go and do the same thing I did with the marzipan. I'm going to go with 0.75% of the double chocolate, and I'm going to add 0.75 or maybe 1% of the Mullenberry Glamour Chocolate and give that a try.
Interesting.
The other thing I could do to reinforce this coconut is I could swap out the Coconut DX for Coconut Candy from TPA. And like Kenny realized before the stream, TPA and TFA are the same thing. Because he went looking for some TFA thing and he's like, I don't know where I can find his TFA. It's the Flavor Apprentice and the Perfumer's Apprentice are the exact same company.
All right.
Back in the old day, they used to sell them separately, and now they're perfume. We're not a vape company.
Gotcha. Yep, they're perfume. Oh, dear me.
So me almond joy isn't me almond joy. It's me almond disappointment.
It needs a tinker. It needs a bit of a tinker, mate.
So the next one we're going to take a look at is Burmese Blueberry.
Ooh.
Burmese Blueberry.
Burmese Blueberry.
This is a recipe that was put out by no one other than Fresh Pies. And he did this obviously for some company that he wanted to showcase what his abilities are. So here we have Burmese Blueberry. Give me a chance to finally use my Flavor West Blueberry. And we got cookie, custard premium, a hint of Italian lemon Sicily, which is usually pretty damn strong. New York cheesecake, super sweet, and vanilla whipped cream. And the thing is, because of all those creams, I know that this isn't ready for us to fully enjoy it, but I'm going to try it anyway. Because I'm excited about that blueberry.
Looks good. Really looks good.
Wow. That cookie is the first forefront odor that you pick off of it. And then it's like a balanced bakery smell. And I can just make out the blueberry.
Just? I thought that would be one of the more prominent flavors. What's he going at?
I'm going 4%. Based upon what I smelled the bottle at when I mixed it up. What did I vape this other one at? 38. Do the same on this one. And this is one that's going to have to get shelved for a while. And that reminds me, I need to go revisit Neil Pitt's recipe.
Nice that. That's it. He's sitting back in the chair. It's a good one. I'm just waiting for the smile now.
I'm not getting any blueberry flavor. It's primarily cookie. And surprisingly,
could be a
well, yeah, it's definitely a steeper, but surprisingly, with 2% of super sweet, I'm not getting like any real sweetness to it. It's not like dry or lacking sweetness. It's just, it's mainly cookie and unfinished custard flavor that I'm getting. Is this something that in 2 weeks is going to taste fantastic? I don't know. The only way to find out is to wait 2 weeks.
Yep, we're going to have to shelve it for a while by the looks of it.
So that's what she's doing. She is now taking the place of Neil Pitt's recipe, which is the grape tangerine concoction that he came up with.
Oh, yes. Grape tangerine, wasn't it?
So we'll give this a shot now that it's been sitting there.
Excuse me.
It was March 5th that we mixed that up, so it's been over a month now. Bless you.
That's what happens when I vape out my nostrils. Runny nose and I sneeze.
I remember this was very perfumey when I first mixed it up. And it's been sealed this whole time. This smells like a white grape juice now.
Excuse me.
There was a hint of a floral note to it when I first opened it up. But it definitely smells like a juice now. Or I didn't get any of that juicy aspect to it earlier. $38 watts, 0.40. Wow. That is freaking delicious.
Really?
Holy crap. The sweetness is just right in this. I would have thought it would have been too much at 2%. I've been playing it so safe with super sweet for so long, just using 0.5%. Gotta put it in there no matter what the recipe is.
Yeah, get it in.
And now that I've had it at 2% and 3%, there was one recipe I had it at 5%. I'm like, 5%'s too much. But 2 and 3% is easy. And this tastes like a freaking white grape juice with some tangerine, some orangey notes to it.
Well, you're in the right ballpark with your wattage. I'm just gonna calculate it. 0.4 ohms for a cool vape. You're looking at 32.4. For the middle of the road vape, you're looking at 38.2. If you want it slightly warmer, you're looking at 44.1. So you're pretty much bang on with your wattage, like, definitely.
That's where I landed at a 40. holy shit, is that good? It's got the curiosity aspect to it. Because it's not just like... See, I'm so used to Concord grape juice, right? White grape juice is so much subtler than a Concord grape.
Yeah.
It's almost like an apple juice. If you drop the sweetness in apple juice and have like, just juiced apples.
Yeah.
That is a very good vape. It's got just enough of that curiosity because of the tangerine. But obviously it was too floral when I first mixed it up. Neil Pitts, congratulations, man. You got a good recipe there. You gotta wait a month.
Again, the simple recipes seem to be turning out to be the best. The recipe with 2 or 3 ingredients, and that turned out absolutely fab. While the more complex ones are a bit, you've got to wait a bit more, or you've got to tweak
And I've noticed that with other flavor art ingredients as well. They have a lot of alcohol-based ingredients, right? And you need that alcohol to evaporate out of your juice. Otherwise, the astringency of alcohol and the watered down flavor aspect characteristic that it gives to your e-liquid becomes something that takes away from it. I want to make up another batch of this, and I want to open steep it. Leave the cap off on it, just let it sit overnight and see what it's like.
Yep.
Some people use a hot plate and they'll legit, mix it up in a beaker and then have a magnetic stir in there and heat the thing up to solution before they bottle it.
Hey, wow.
They call it speed steeping. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I've never had any luck or known anybody that's been able to do it with custards. The creams and custards just take time.
Yeah. It's like that good old saying, sir. Good things come to those who wait. There you go. Especially custards.
Okay, so the flavor on it is fantastic. I truly like it. It's just sweet enough without being like a commercial sweet juice.
Yeah.
It still needs some... If I was going to try and develop this into to something I would sell to other people, you know me, I like a juicy mouthfeel. I don't like juices that dry out your mouth.
Yeah.
And I would want it to have a little bit more body. Because grape juice, when you drink it, you get that same thing I get out of this margarita. Mouth-watering. I'm not familiar enough with the other grapes to know what to put into it, though.
It's like it'd be like a dry white wine. When you drink a dry white wine, instead of it, it leaves your mouth dry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
This is like a semi-dry wine. But the smell and the taste is fantastic. And it doesn't make my nose run. And it's not your typical grape like I've had with numerous other things.
Yeah.
That is really good.
I wonder what another version of it. Imagine. I wonder what a version of black grape. I like black grapes. I wonder if you can get a black grape. I wonder if that would work.
Concord grapes.
Black grape. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a sacrilegious move here.
Just to put a spin on it, try a white grape.
I think some DIY mixer out there is going to unsubscribe to my channel for doing this, but I don't care.
What
I'm
you
gonna saturate the coil with this liquid. And I'm gonna kill it with 1 drop of Concord Grapewood Stevia from Capella. The tiniest drop I can possibly get. I put that on the coil. Put some more of the real juice on there. Paint that once across the wick. Let me give this a taste.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's it right there. That's what this recipe needs. Because the stevia was enough to trick my tongue into thinking this is a sweet juice. The Concord grape bent it from being just a white grape to a full grape juice.
See, I told you. What did I tell you? You'll make a mix out of me yet. And there you go. What did I tell you, huh? Told you you'd make a mix out of me yet. I told you you would. You'd make a mix out of me yet. You know what I mean?
I want to try 2% of that Concord grape in here. Mix up another batch. And I'm going to leave this one sit here by itself. And then compare the two in a couple weeks. Wow.
For me, I do like white grapes, but I prefer red. I just think, they're just more juicy. Lovely.
Concord is a nice black, dark blue colored grape.
I am really scraping the dregs out of this bunny sucker now. I'm like,
one last chance to revisit another perfumey. Actually, this one was more soapy than it was perfumey. Hawaiian pineapple orange guava.
Holy moly.
Let's look at that recipe. Not POD, POG.
Hawaiian Pog PD.
So the primary ingredient was juicy orange, Capella, 8.75%. I've had some dislike for juicy orange from Capella, but it does taste like a juicy orange after a while. Then we've got 4.25% of passion fruit, 2.5% of dragon fruit, 9.5% of sweet guava.
Jesus.
Yeah. And 4% of sweet tangerine.
Fucking hell.
Last time I tasted this, I got soap. Flavoring total is 30%. No wonder this tastes like soap. Why would I mix this up? Did you see that? Flavor total, 30%.
Fucking hell.
Needs to cut that in half.
Nine ml rainbow.
.44. Drop it to 40 watts.
Jesus. There's some big percentages in there, like.
Way too floral.
Yeah.
Way too floral. And it's just a simple matter of there's too much flavoring in this. 30% is just way too strong for this.
Yeah.
This needs to be fixed. And the way to fix this is a 60 ml bottle. We mixed up 30 mils of this. I'm going to edit this. Actually, I don't even need to edit it. All I need to do is, what's this, 70-30?
Jesus.
$30 mils, 70-30, done. Cutting solution. Now, because this is 30% and there's 30 mils in a 60 ml bottle of juice, all I'm going to do is take the cap off.
Cut it in half.
And I'm going to add the VG and the PG to make it a 60 ml bottle. But I'm not adding any more flavoring. So essentially all the flavoring that's in there is getting their percentages cut in half. None of the ratios are changing. It's just diluting it from a 30% mix to a 15% total flavoring mix.
30%, I mean, Christ. You're looking at like a single shot flavour, that kind of percentage, aren't you? Like a single flavour, 30%, especially up flavours. He goes 30% on a single.
For a pod system.
A single shot. Aye.
But it's not that good of a recipe where you've got enough contrasting flavors that are diversified for it to actually taste good and work. This Neil Pitts thing with a little Concord grape would work for that. You could take this and make this for, your standard direct to lung, and you could crank up the percentages, and if you let it steep long enough, it would work as a pod system with high percentage flavoring.
Defo.
And the one other thing that happens when you go to formulate a pod system is you go to like a 37-63% PG to VG. More of the PG for flavor carrying, more of it to give you that throat hit from a less quantity of vapor, and less about the clouds.
Yeah.
So, simple fix.
Pod systems are more flavour than clouds anyway. More majority.
Exactly.
But again, some of them do chuck quite good clouds. I mean, this one's quite good.
So there we go. I need to add 7.4 grams of PG.
While you top that up, I'm just going to quickly go in the little boy's room while you top that up, sir. 2 shakes.
No worries, mate. Close enough. $26 grams of VG. Job done, as my mate likes to say. Bob's your uncle. I have to ask him where he got that saying from. All right, so we'll clean our drip tip out here. All right, used up a good quantity of that. Now we're going to put the cap back on. Use our flip top dripper. And give this another taste now that we've cut the flavoring percentage down to 15%. Same ingredients, just half as strong. Hey, that's not half bad. Still has remnants of that. I don't want to call it a soapy off note because it's not really that anymore. More like a muddled off note. There's no dominant flavor in this. No. The guava and the passion fruit are your dominant flavors with orange as a background note. You gotta love passion fruit in order for you to like this. And you gotta love guava. That bending of passion fruit and guava together, melding. Try and debate if it needs any more sweetness to it.
That's better.
It is better, mate. It's not half bad. It's very guava forward. And passion fruit is like taking a forefront stage. With orange is kind of like the filler. Guava needs to be cut back in the recipe. Maybe add some.
Not a fan, eh?
Was there pineapple in this, or should you need some pineapple in this to be the forefront flavor?
Pineapple.
See, that's what's missing. There's no pineapple. Orange and tangerine are in there. 8% juicy orange, 4% sweet guava. So if we cut that in half, that would technically be 2% of each. Guava is actually in there at 4.25, 4.75. We cut that in half. Super sweet, when we cut it in half, drops to 0.5%. That needs to go up.
There's your answer.
No. This is much better than musk. Much better than musk.
But on the other hand, really?
Listen, she calls it like she sees it.
I'll be so lucky.
All right, what do I definitely need to add to this? I definitely need to add some more super sweet. So I'm going to go with another 0.32 in there. Bring that back up to a 1%. So, where do you get that saying from? Bob's your uncle. Job done, Bob's your uncle.
I don't really know, because like to me it's half a saying. Because sometimes you'll say Bob's your uncle and Fanny's your aunt. I don't know where it originates. It's just something that
a long forgotten cultural reference.
Yeah. And there was another one we used to say was you've got no hope and Bob hope. I think they're probably more. Maybe like a slang, like, you know, rhyming rhythm, like the cockneys, you know, like up the apples and pears, or up the stairs. And I'm just wondering if it's something along them lines, you know what I mean?
Hey, man, we're starting to get there.
I mean, well, slang words for. Have you got any slang words for money? For your money over there? Have you got any slang words for the dollar?
The buck?
Apart from a buck.
That's where the buck stops here comes from.
I know that £5 note that you got.
Yeah.
That can be known as a deep sea diver. It's a fiver, deep sea diver.
Nice.
And a £10 note, obviously called a tenner, could also be known as a Yule Brenner. That's a deep sea diver. That's what is known as a deep sea diver. Alright, that's a fiver. A tenner is a Yule Brenner. That's your tenner. The Yule Brenner. Pretty much the same as a fiver, it's just brown, you know, and you've got Florence, there you go. That's a £10 note. I'll show you 20.
Brown as a
the
granny's knickers.
Oh. That's a Yule Brenner.
Neil Pitts, hello and welcome. We're playing with your recipe today. Frickin' love it, dude. Need some Concord grape, though. With stevia from Capella. And it is a dynamite juice recipe.
Awesome.
I had to wait a month to get rid of that floral note. Okay, so now the question is with this pineapple orange guava. We doubled the recipe, which cut all of the flavoring percentages in half, dropped it down to a total percentage of flavoring to 15%. Now we've got something that is actually reminiscent of a Hawaiian fruity kind of more smell than taste recipe. We doubled the super sweet in there to bring it back up to 1%, because when you cut it in half, 1% became 0.5%. We doubled it to 1%. And I think I wanted to go to 1.5, but I think I'm going to go straight up to 2%. I'm going to put 0.64 grams in this because we got a 60 ml bottle that we're adding it to, and go straight to a 2% super sweet.
Ooh.
So, just like that, we're going to go 0.64. Give it a good and proper shake.
That bottle is now full again.
Yeah, we went from 30 ml concoction to a 60 ml when we cut the flavorings in half. Now we added the sweetener to it to bring it away from a floral characteristic into something that actually produces a sweet, juicy kind of flavor to it. I'm trying to save it.
That's the plan.
Going from 0.5% super sweet to 1% made it taste more like what I expected a pineapple orange guava to taste like. But it needs more sweetness. The other thing I could add in here would be some cooling. You know, just a little bit of WS-23. We're there. We're there.
Hey.
That deserves a round of applause. Holy cow, I didn't think that recipe was salvageable.
We're getting it there.
Ooh. Now the real question is my wife going to like this? Now that I've got the 2% sweetness in there, it's a pineapple orange guava. Except it doesn't have pineapple in it. It's passion fruit orange guava. Is this going to be good enough the way it sits now, or do I need to add pineapple to become the je ne sais quoi that brings this into something that she likes? All right, so this one's a dud. I could modify this recipe, but I think I'm going to simply create a new one. And when I create the new one, all right, we'll go with 60, 6 mil, that's fine. 70-30 is good. Add flavor. Dragon fruit. EPA. $1.25.
Yeah, pretty much half in the percentage.
Everything's getting cut in half.
Excuse me.
Juicy orange from Capella. That was at 8.75.
4.3.
4.38. Passion fruit was 4.25. And that was flavor art. So we're going 2.12. Super sweet. 2%. Whoops. Not done. Edit. Sweet guava from Capella. 9.5 was originally, so 4.75.
So I'm saying it was massive amount of that, wasn't it?
Yeah. And sweet tangerine from Capella. That was at 4. We're going at 2. Now look at our flavoring percentages.
Way much better, aren't they?
16.5.
16%.
This is equivalent to what a commercial juice is typically flavored at. Unless you're using some really potent flavorings, Wonder Flavor, super concentrates or something. And we're going to save this.
But yeah, super sweet in.
Yep.
You're doing your super sweet, yeah? Yeah.
Total of 1.28 grams.
That looks better.
It certainly tastes better.
I mean, like, I would say if you need the pineapple, and you're probably gonna have to add that. If that's what's supposed to happen.
If I was mixing this for myself and I had some more, I would swap out Capella's Juicy Orange for Flavors Orange. Because Flavors Orange gives you the taste like Tang. If you guys remember Tang when you were growing up as a kid, your mom got that powder and you put it, mixed it up with water, drank that to get your vitamin C. That's straight up orange flavor. Way better than juicy orange from Capella.
We've got a tablet form, that's called Barocca. Just put that tablet in your water and fizzes up lovely.
Yeah, you can buy vitamin C tablets nowadays, and that's just straight up orange flavor in there too. Exact same orange flavor. That's not bad. I think my wife might actually like this.
Good.
We'll have to give it a shot. The sweetness is just right. It's not overwhelming. The passion fruit and the guava are now balanced. Passion fruit's still a little stronger than the guava. Guava's more of a bendy note than it is an actual straight up guava flavor. I like it.
Good. At least you've saved it. That's the main thing. Didn't go in the bin. Which is awesome, my friend. Awesome.
I hate throwing shit in the bin. I've got plenty of juices that are nasty, and I'm like, oh, I'll get to them later. No. All right. Speaking of which, I told you guys, I'm out of Flavors Orange flavor. I've used it up. 60 mils. Because I've made so much of my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch because I love it that much. I'm out of orange from flavors, and I'm out of pineapple from pineapple from flavors. Because that's 3% in my juice. So, I had to work on a V2 version.
Might have to hit him up, see if he's still sending shit out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he messaged me. I forgot to get back to him. I need to get back to him. With all this other stuff I've been doing, they just haven't been on the priority list. And finally, tax season's over. I need to mail my daughter's state taxes in her local, but everything's done finally. We had our guest on, so the OBS is done. All the updates are done in the software. I've done all the programming stuff. Adding sound effects now that I know that everything works, both on Twitch and on YouTube, piece of cake. I legit add it as an action, and then I add the command to trigger it. Done. So now we're going to get a boo and a bunch of other stuff.
I use not Streambot to do that, or StreamerBot, whatever it's called.
StreamerBot. Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm going to set up another printer. I need to figure out who I'm going to put on there. I think I was doing Roger Krishnamurthy.
Oh, shit.
But he hasn't been in the news lately.
Battery. One moment.
We're not going to leave you out.
Damn it. I can't hear you.
I plowed through this not OG Blue from Keep It 100. I'm glad it's done. I bought 2 bottles of it for reminiscing back to the good old days. I'm finally down to that in my arbiter.
She died.
Something's missing. It doesn't taste like what I remember. Certainly not sweet. I'm glad it's done. So it's time for me to move back to my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch. And even if Darren sends me some more orange and pineapple, I still need something to get me through until it gets here. So I'm like, okay, let me go in. The first thing I need to swap out, because it's the most important ingredient in this, is the orange. So the closest thing that I have in my brain to orange that tastes like Flavors Orange is citrus tangy orange from Wonder Flavors. And I put that in there at 2%, which is a direct percentage swap from Flavors. And it's probably going to be too strong. But I did that on purpose because when you tinker with recipes, you want to make sure you get the profile right before you worry about actual strengths and balancing them that flavor in your recipe. So I went with the straight
the
2% in here. I'm expecting, if this is the right orange, to cut that back to 1% from Wonder Flavors, because it is a super concentrated flavor. But I think it's the right orange. It's time to find out if it is.
Here we go. You know, it's had a bit of musk.
I forget you and your musk. Rather lick my jockstrap after cutting the grass.
We're not gonna let you live that one down, mate. Honestly, the day you vape that, we are not gonna let you live that down. Really.
Yeah, the smell's there.
What's
Let me
that?
paint the wicks and I'm gonna do a knuckle test.
Slang for dollar. Come on, then, let's have a look, Mallery.
.46 watts is not enough. 0.2 ohms. I'm gonna do 60 to start with.
No. No.
No, 60 is not enough. Need more heat. 65. Come on, baby.
Mallery, don't you even absolutely go there. Don't even go there. Because as Elvis Presley once said, it will be return to sender.
Address unknown.
Oh.
Return to sender.
No such phone.
Nah.
Not happening.
Too much airflow, number one, in this dripper. It's not the same, man. It was such a juicy, mouth-watering Hawaiian punch. I feel like somebody took and tried to make a Hawaiian punch that wasn't Hunky's. Kind of like when they took OG Blue and made it blue. No OG, just blue.
Just blue. No OG in there at all.
Doesn't taste bad, but it's not a Hunky Hawaiian punch anymore.
Yeah.
And this is what you were asking right before the show. Does it really matter if I change a flavoring company out? If I try Capella instead of TFA or TPA? Yes, it matters greatly. What was once a beautiful, fantastic, mouth-watering, definitely unique Hunky punch, Hawaiian punch, better than any Hawaiian punch flavoring I've ever tried, or Hawaiian punch recipe using those flavorings and bending them this way or that way.
Yeah.
This is like ranked below that pineapple orange guava I just made.
Really? Wow. Not bad.
Not a lot, but it's about the same. Yeah, it's worth. Because the mouthfeel is now dry too.
Yeah.
And that was substituting out one ingredient. The balance is lost completely. It's a shame.
It is. Told me. Well, Flavors, if you watch the rerun of this, he needs more orange.
Orange and pineapple, dude. It doesn't taste bad. It's just not what it was before. This tastes like, you know, this was the V1 and the original recipe was the V2.
You've gone from a Rolls Royce to a Mini.
1978 Mini.
Hey, they were the better ones. It's the new ones that are shite.
Yeah, but the 78 one I just got needs new brakes, new rotors, calipers, exhaust.
Well, it's a classic, isn't it?
And it probably hasn't had an oil change in 8,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Speaking of classics, perfect segue. Thank you. Perfect segue. Wayne has made some amazing recipes on his last how many years as a vapor. This is the top of my list. Sorry, Kenny.
Watermelon.
Watermelon. The wild melon takes it more like a cantaloupe than a watermelon. And if you don't, or if you aren't one of those people that can like spot watermelon in as like a background note because you hate it that much, this would fool you. And I probably should send you some just to try it. Because if you don't vape it, your wife or your kid would.
Definitely.
But I mixed up a bottle of this for my wife to put into her nighttime vape. She wanted something different. And I'm embarrassed by this Hawaiian Punch V2. So...
Devastating. It's devastating.
We're going to try pineapple, orange, guava first, and if that doesn't work... Watermelon is my saving grace.
Watermelon, eh?
I'll tell you what, though. This right here is the perfect palate cleanser when you're trying multiple DIY liquids. Don't you hate it when you're trying, different liquids and you're tasting stuff and trying things? And it's like, well, I'm going to use my coffee. That'll fix it. That'll fix it. And some things like musk are just so repugnant that you can't get it off your palate. This would get it off your palate. Strawberry margarita.
Hey, margarita.
Margarita.
Hey, good old-fashioned water will do the job, man.
All right. So we plowed through the ones I pre-mixed up. We still need to do a random recipe for this week. So let's check out Sherlock Holmes. And while I do that, I'll play the bumper so I get a timestamp for it.
Come on, Sherlock.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that, Sherlock Holmes has processed all of the flavors that I have and said, hey man, you could make 9,017 recipes with your flavor stash. Addie Tooney, hello and welcome to the stream.
I've just
that deserves a round of applause. Almost as good as if you were to type exclamation point clap in the chat. Bada bing, bada boom, interactive stream done. Now, what can we mix? What can we mix up? Well, as we talked about earlier today, I mixed up this Fresh Paws recipe, Burmese blueberry, and it's got to have to steep. That custard premium, that cookie, that New York cheesecake, the vanilla whipped cream, those are all steeper flavors. Let that tea bag sit there. We'll come back to it. Just like Neil Pitt's recipe. When I first tasted that, I'm like, oh man, is that nothing but perfume? And here we are a month later, and it's like, oh, this is delicious. I love it. Just needs something to give it that little je ne sais quoi, and we figured out Concord grape from Capella was all it took, and whew, delicious. Grape tangerine. Well, this Burmese blueberry cupcake is going to take a while. I'm not big on strawberry creams. Kenny might like this one though.
Oh yes.
Dragon's milk, strawberry dragon fruit cream.
Ooh.
This is by a company that went out of business. TBD Liquids. They went out of business because of all the crap and the PMTA and all this other shite. So they're kind enough to publish their recipe on all the flavors. And somebody saw that it wasn't published here. Red Naxella published the recipe here for us to be able to enjoy. So if you're into strawberry milk, here's a beautiful recipe for you. Not my cup of tea. What is a Tesla clone?
Holy
E-liquid.
shit.
Dragon fruit, fizz pop, kiwi, passion, and super sweet. Peach Melba. You ever have a peach Melba?
Peach Melba. Oh God, yes. Peach Melba's.
It's published by Mystic Coils. We like the other recipe that she did. Where is it?
Oh. Peach Melba here is like a short crust pastry cup filled with peach Melba like juice. There's a actual piece of peach in it with cream, and then the ice, and it's coated in ice, and it. Oh God, yes. Oh, that'd be good.
Which one of these drippers did I put it on last week? Remember last week we did Luna Strawberry? We pushed super sweet at 3%. Was like, oh man, that's going to be super sweet. And then I tasted it and I'm like, oh, that's a beautiful strawberry shake and vape. My wife even liked it. I can't tell which is which.
I posted a bit of... I put a bit of humour in the chat.
What do you call the security guards for Samsung? Guardians of the Galaxy.
I love it. I couldn't resist.
Wow.
Addy Turney, I haven't heard anything yet. That's if the UK vote on the smoking ban today. They were voting, but I have not heard anything yet. I haven't really looked at the news or anything, so we'll probably wait and see on the news.
You just reminded me. Well, I was going to talk about EU. I was so much on the soapbox today with all the other stuff, I skipped right over ETHRA's March news roundup.
Ah.
All right. First off, that's going to stay there. I'm going to create a new tab, jump back over to the news segment so we can jump over and check out ETHRA's post. By the way, it is VAPRIL out there. Something else I didn't talk about on the news. I mentioned it earlier. ETHRA's March news roundup to cover all of Europe, including the UK. COP10's over. Belgium will ban the sale of disposable vapes from 1 January 2025. Having received necessary approval from the European Commission, Belgium has banned disposables.
Kind of gone that way. It's kind of gone that way across Europe. I think all of Europe's going to ban them at the end of the day.
Specialist doctors question Finland's prohibitionist approach towards safer nicotine products because the Finnish government wants to limit nicotine levels in nicotine pouches to 20 milligrams per gram.
Wow. 20 ml. UK
Germany's
standards.
talking about a flavor ban.
Fucking hell, man.
Ireland, new survey from Red Sea Research and Marketing found that 20% of current vapers would return to smoking if a vape flavor ban was enacted in Ireland.
Definitely. I can see it going that way. If you're going to vape tobacco, you may as well just fucking smoke it.
Luxembourg is set to implement a new tax regime for vapes and nicotine pouches. Under the new regulations, liquids would be taxed 120 euros per liter.
Oh. Wow.
While nicotine pouches will incur a tax of 22 euros per kilo. You know how many pouches are in a kilo of nic?
Shit.
120 euros per liter of tax liquid. 10 bottles, 10 100 ml bottles is 120 euros tax.
Shit.
But you can get a kilogram of nicotine pouches. This little thing weighs nothing.
Holy moly, man. What?
This is 24 grams.
That's an awful lot of pouches in a fucking kilo. I don't think I thought that one through very well, have they?
They never do when they start taxing these products, thinking they're all like cigarettes. They try to tax them all the same, and it doesn't work.
Nope.
Because the majority of your e-liquid is vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol, and then flavoring. And the last portion of it is the nicotine, which ain't jack. Poland is set to implement the EU delegated directive, which will ban flavors for heated tobacco products. Why?
Considering a ban on disposable vapes, why?
Romania, new regulations passed by the Romanian government will prohibit the sale of safer nicotine products to minors. Okay. Under the new law, the maximum nicotine content allowable in nicotine pouches cannot exceed 20 milligrams.
That's kind of the European Union's limit anyway. That's why we're still stuck on 20 milligrams with how Europe.
Spain, the Minister of Health is proposing to ban smoking and vaping in certain outdoor community and social spaces and in other private spaces in the presence of minors, as well as tax increases and measures to reduce the attractiveness of safer nicotine products, plain packaging, and flavor bans eventuality, because they're already doing consultations about that. The proposals are similar to those in a plan that was drawn up 2 years ago but never approved. Well, sticking with Spain, The Spanish government has launched a public consultation on a draft royal decree on the regulation of tobacco and related products, aka vaping and harm reduction stuff. The first part of the decree aims to introduce plain packaging and a flavor ban for vaping products. If the country as big as Spain enacts a flavor ban, it could have serious repercussions for the rest of the EU, with the next iteration of the TPD due in late 2025, early 2026. The consultation will run until the 23rd of April and is open to citizens, organizations, and associations, even if you don't live in Spain or Europe. The consultation is relatively straightforward. All you have to do is send an email with your comments on why vape flavors should not be banned. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the chat.
I'm surprised at that one. Like, with asking like for international help. I mean,
there is the email address to send your submission. Even if it's just a quick little thing saying, "Listen, man, flavors saved my life. If all I had was tobacco and mint flavors available, I'd still be smoking."
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to me. Have a nice day. Problem solved. Job done. You put your 2 cents in.
Yes, Mallery.
That's Spain.
Germany have legalized weed. Germany are going the same route as everybody else. They're legalizing weed.
I told you it was coming, man.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the United States and Canada when I put that bumper together.
So basically, you're still smoking a combustible. You're still lighting something up, even though it might not be tobacco. You're still inhaling fucking shit. So basically, they're killing you and getting you stoned at the same time. Fucking tremendous, eh? They're dying, but you're just not going to know about it because you're going to be too fucked out, too stoned.
You'll be 6 feet underground.
Yeah.
So, not a concern of theirs. Despite me being on the soapbox for a good hour at the beginning of the stream. Sweden, the next anti-dis, alcohol, drugs, doping, tobacco, and nicotine products and gambling strategy must include a harm reduction approach for tobacco and nicotine products, according to Sweden Democrats. There's a link to all this stuff in the description. Switzerland, the National Swiss Council rejected proposals to revise the federal act on tobacco products and electronic cigarettes, which would add further restrictions to the advertising of tobacco products and vapes. You know, that's why VAPRIL isn't as prolific as it was in years past. Because the UK's clamped down on marketing of vaping products.
And you see the wording on that, though, on the Swiss one, right? We've got electronic cigarettes, right? They're not cigarettes, which would mean then they change the wording to vapes at the end. So where are you going? Electronic cigarettes or vapes? Which way are you going with this? You know what I mean? Really?
I told you at the beginning of the stream, man, when we first got started, even advocates don't use the same language when they're talking about the same subjects.
Exactly.
It's not just the fact that people don't realize how many vapors there are around the globe. There's so many discrepancies even between advocates. In the UK, the new Nicotine Alliance UK responds to the government's vape tax proposals, which could, in some cases, see the cost of e-liquid increase 4-fold.
Yep.
Public consultation on the proposed tax increase is going to continue until the 29th of May. And the one last bit before we get back to mixing our liquids. Reminder, it's VAPRIL. VAPRIL 2024. Last year was fantastic because their video sat there and told us about all the lovely testimonies from former smokers. This year, I haven't seen diddly squat about any of this stuff. And I'd play it, but I don't want the music to get copyright claimed. We seem to be pretty good at that lately. Stuff that we already know.
Pretty much.
This is the irony of it. You know, the Parliament applauded UKVIA for having VAPRIL and getting so many people to give up cigarette smoking, and yet now more restrictions and taxes are coming into play.
And all because of youth vaping. All because of the horrible...
That's the excuse they're giving. I don't believe that that's the reason they're doing it. I just can't. They can't be that stupid. The kids are breaking the law. Go after them. Don't take adult rights away simply because the kids are doing the wrong thing. Go after the kids, find their dealers, and go after the dealers. Same thing happened here in the States. They cried the blues about teen vaping here in the States. All the shops were doing the right thing. They were age verification, everybody, the whole 9 yards. The kids weren't getting them from the shops. Unreal. Remember Bill? We heard from Bill last year.
Yeah.
Wonder what Dr. Anita Sharma has to say.
Well, I'm hoping it's pro and not con.
I am Dr. Anita Sharma, a practicing GP for 20 plus years in Oldham and a specialist in gynecology. I am also chair of the Women's Doctors Forum, part of the British International...
Hang on a minute. A specialist in gynecology. Are you vaping through your organs by any chance? What the fuck? Carry on.
Doctors Association, chair of the Northwest Endometriosis Charity, and former clinical director for vascular and medicine optimization at Oldham Clinical Commissioning.
You're so wrong. The vascular and cardiology portions of it tied her in. Her specialty in gynecology has nothing to do with the subject.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, you're totally right.
I've written books on COPD and peripheral vascular disease in primary care, both conditions where smoking is the main cause. I'm also a regular contributor to a number of healthcare media publications. Vaping isn't completely risk-free, but it poses a small fraction of the health risk of smoking. According to Public Health England, it is at least 95% less harmful than smoking. The Cancer Research UK also states that evidence so far indicates that e-cigarettes are far less harmful than smoking, as they do not contain tobacco or involve combustion. In addition, the new guidelines NG 209 from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, published on 30th of November 2021, entitled Tobacco, Preventing Uptake, Promoting Quitting and Treating Dependence, brings together a suite of smoking cessation and tobacco control guidelines. The new guidelines incorporates up-to-date evidence to provide guidance fit to reduce smoking and related avoidance.
This lady's about as exciting as watching a raccoon take a piss.
That's what I'm saying. It's just very slow and I'm like nodding off here. Like, come on, woman, get the point.
Bill, this guy's the shit, man.
I'm Bill from Jedburgh.
Oh, that's right. I had to redo this video. I don't think I have it saved here. Of course not. I redid the video. I got rid of the music in the background and I asked the questions myself. Because the copyright claim.
Yeah, the copyright.
What a joke. Anyway, it's VAPRIL. If you know anybody, push them towards vaping. Matter of fact, my wife was asking me the other day, what can I send my brother in his care package? I said, go to the next door to the gas station and get him a vape and throw it in there. That way next time he runs out of cigarettes, he'll try it. And you never know. He might stick with it.
Never know, mate. Gotta hide the carrot out there, haven't you?
A little nudge is all it takes for some people.
Yeah.
All right, so you were saying a peach Melba. What's a peach Melba?
It's like a shortbread pastry case, like a cake, but it's full of cream and it's covered in icing. But I mean, it could vary from country to country. I mean, I will try and dig you a picture up here, sir, and then you will see what we mean. Where are we?
That Luna's strawberry candy from last week. Oh, is that delicious? Just a simple strawberry candy. Wow. All right, we're going to mix this. While you're looking up that, I'm going to adapt this. And, yeah, I'll stick with a 10. That's fine. And we've got 0.5% super sweet in there. It's good enough. 6 milligram. Bada bing, bada boom. We're done.
There you go.
Let me find these flavors.
Peach Melba tart. Bloody delicious. Basically, there you go. You've got a pastry, chocolate crusty base, filled with double cream and fresh peaches. In fruit, not the syrup, and the icing. You use the peach juice from the tin of your peaches, orange food coloring, and then voila. Delicious. Absolutely fucking out this world. That was a peach Melba, my friend.
Lovely.
UK style. Delicious. Oh, I love peach Melbas.
Mainly flavor art stuff.
Flavor. Oh, a bit of Capella.
Raspberry, Capella sweet mango. That's another one I almost plowed through. I got 50 mils gone already out of that 60 ml bottle.
Shit.
Vanilla swirl from TPA.
The door.
Awesome. Tear it out. Start with our secret sauce. Some cola. 0.05. It's only going to be like a drop. Or two. Or three. Wow. God, does that smell like a cola syrup? Damn. Really cloudy. One more drop. We're at 0.03. Come on. This is the reason why a lot of people won't make anything smaller than a 30 ml bottle. Trying to get that precise. Okay. Tear it out. Next, we need creme fraiche. No real smell to that. 0.25. Peach. White peach. 0.35. Raspberry. Wow, is that a potent raspberry? First time I've used this one. 0.2. Okay. Super sweet. .05. Three drops. And
I'm
sweet
devastated.
mango. Almost out of that.
I'm devastated.
What are you devastated for, mate?
They've ordered pizza and not ordered me one.
That's just rude.
That's just shocking, isn't it? But I'm not bothered. I've got a fantastic tea I made a fantastic meal today. I made some good old-fashioned vegetable soup today, homemade soup, and it's absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to have it with some nice crusty bread, so that'll do me.
Definitely. Never underestimate the value of a crusty bread to go with soup or even your spag bol.
Exactly. Plus, it's healthier. It's a nice vegetable soup, so I'm going for the healthy option. They can have that pizza. Greedy pigs.
Can't believe they left you out like that.
I don't know. I thought I didn't want any. Well, you know. Well, you know. I never say no. I think it's because I made a healthy. I think what it is because I made a healthy tea. They don't like eating healthy food. They just rather eat shit. So, not for me.
Yeah, I get the same thing when I make chili or chicken soup is not one of them. They dive in when I make chicken soup. All right, so 8.8 of VG, and this is done.
When you've got party children, it's a pain in the arse at meal times. Trust us, it's an absolute nightmare.
Oh, I know the feeling, mate, because when my daughter's here, the question of what we're having for dinner becomes very minuscule as far as options. Yeah. I can't have this because of dairy. I can't have this because of the cheese. I can't have this because of this. I can't have this. I don't like that. And some of the stuff is so contrary to other foods that she eats. It's like, wait a minute. And then out of the blue, she'll be like, oh, can we have pizza tonight? I'm like, I thought the tomato sauce upsets your stomach.
Exactly. I've got one who doesn't like onions, but like we put onions in spag bowl, put onions in other meals, and she quite happily eats them when they're in another meal. You know what I mean?
When she doesn't know it's in there.
Yeah.
I get the same comments when I make my chili because I cut all the vegetables up myself. You know, I cut the peppers and the onions up and put them in there so you can actually see them and taste them.
Yeah. Exactly.
She's like,
I like
oh,
chunky.
no,
I like chunky veg and stuff like that. I like chunky onions. I like chunky peppers. I like to stay what I'm eating. You know what I mean?
I don't like onions. I'm like, we put onion in the meatloaf mix. Yeah, but I can't see them. Well, that's because I minced them up or I use the powdered version of it. But it's in there.
You have onions in just about everything we make. What's the matter with you?
Exactly.
Holy God.
With your maw paw or whatever the French word is for it, your onions and celery and carrots are in everything.
That's what I'm saying. I've got chopped celery in the soup. They don't like celery, but they'll eat it in that. Like, okay. Well, it's cooked. I went, well, what difference does it make? It's not. Oh, yeah. Some days you just can't win. You just can't win. So there's the cupboard, there's the fridge, there's the cooker. Crack on.
You have to exhale this through your nose or you don't get the full peach flavor out of it.
Ah.
But then my nose is running.
Don't help. I'd be surprised if they nailed it, like, because it's pretty difficult. Like I say, you've got to get that short crust pastry taste, then you've got to get the cream, then you've got to get that peach and ice, and it's going to be a hard one to do.
Well, this is one that's definitely going to have to wait a couple days for it to get to its full flavor.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to truly accurately value it on the shake, but I'm going to give it a go anyway. I don't care. Peach Melba, season 3, episode 15. Where's this time flying by? I got like 2 months left with my daughter before she graduates and turns 18, and before I know it, fall's going to be here and she's going to be starting college.
Wow. 1 hour ago in the UK, Tobacco and Vapes Bill passes its second reading in Parliament. Next up will be the committee stage, where a group of MPs will look at the bill in detail, evidence taken from experts. And then he carries on to say, MPs propose amendments and voted on every clause in the bill, agreed or changed or removed. So they're not happy about it.
God help us if they frickin' take testimony like Australia's been doing in New South Wales. Addy, you missed that part in the very beginning. We were taking a look at the testimony Pippa uploaded. And the only good part in there was Dr. Colin Mendelssohn's testimony on it. Now, don't get me wrong. The chemists that were there, the toxicologists that were there, admitted numerous times that the components that are in e-liquid are magnitude safer than what is ever found in cigarette smoke. Even after you vaporize it, it's magnitudes safer. Orders of magnitudes, not just one, multiple orders of magnitudes. Just like I was explaining to Kenny, that's the difference between 1 millimeter and 1,000th of a millimeter. Where 1 millimeter smoke and 1,000th of a millimeter is e-liquid and vapes. But they kept drilling the same bullshit stuff. Secondhand vape and what is it doing to our, how big of a problem is it for our children? It's against the law for them to have it. Punish them for it. Don't punish the shops and the adults that need it to not smoke.
So you can see enforcement and regulation. You know what I mean? You know why? They haven't got the feet on the ground to do it. That's why. They haven't got the people to do that.
No, the one lady from the health department said that she only has 14 people working for her.
Exactly.
Crying the blues. We
So
can't
rather
get nothing
than-
accomplished.
Rather than regulating police, they just say, "Oh, we'll fucking ban it." It saves all the hassle. Bullshit.
Because then the next topic of conversation is how do we enforce this? Who is the one that's going to go after it? Well, Border Force is going to stop it from getting into the borders. And he's like, okay, then what do we do once it's in here? What do we do with the places that already have it? Well, there must be warehouses where these vape shops are getting resupplied. We need to find those warehouses and go after them. Well, no, you didn't ban the stuff that's already in the country. You banned the importation of it. Then Dr. Colin Mendelsohn testified about how there's these black market organizations that are supplying shops with stuff. And like, we never heard that. Where did you hear that from? They questioned him on everything. What? He's like, listen, I'm told in confidence from a professor, and he named the professor. He's like, listen, they're telling me that the black market has pivoted from chop, loose leaf tobacco to vaping products because it's a lot more profitable and it's a lot easier to get in.
Exactly.
Boy, did that piss them off.
Brain dead, man. They're just brain dead, man. These
they
people
don't want to hear the truth.
Exactly.
What about secondhand vape? Are you testing for that? No, we're checking the literature worldwide. Why aren't you testing for it? Because we wouldn't find a fucking thing.
Exactly.
But we can't tell you that part.
Hell no.
Peach Melba, 0.26, 72 watts. That's what this was set at.
Wow.
That seems really high. Let's drop this sucker down. 0.26. That should be like 55 watts. My book.
You're probably around that area, like. I'll have a look on the old matey.
62 isn't quite enough. This is an interesting flavor combination.
Wow. This one said 49.8 cool, 58.8 middle, 67.8 warm. Wow, that's off a bit, like, but yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes it doesn't always get it right.
I'm getting raspberry is the dominant note. There's a cola aspect in the background. And some peach? That's just weird.
It's all in the blend, sir. It's all in the blend. It's got a blend.
It's like Darren stuff that when he sent us that recipes that I mixed up a couple different times. Like you can make cola without any cola flavor. Sherbet's the hidden ingredient that you don't even recognize in there. It gives it that tangy sharpness to it. But even those ones, when you first mix them, like the banana marshmallow custard tart, that was one that when you let that thing sit for a month, oh my God, was that exactly like a banana marshmallow custard.
I think that recipe is not going off the tart. I think it's going off the dessert. The dessert.
Yes, actually, you're correct. And if we take a look at the bottom in the notes section.
Yeah.
Peach Melba is a dessert named after Dame Melba, a legendary Australian opera soprano. This is a fruity vape with notes of juicy peaches and raspberry sauce.
There you go. There's a Peach Melba dessert. Not the tart. It's like you said. Operatic soprano Nellie Melba was performing Wagner's opera in Covent Garden. The Duke of Orleans gave a dinner party at the Savoy to celebrate the triumph. For the occasion, Escoffier presented Nellie with a dessert of fresh peaches served over vanilla ice cream in a silver dish perched atop an ice sculpture of a swan, which was featured in the opera. He originally called the dish Peach Earthin, or peach with a swan. Variations. apricot, strawberries instead of peaches. So it's the dessert, not the actual tart. That's where it's coming from by the looks of it.
Well, in this one, the raspberry is so forefront on this. And obviously this is going to settle in there, and then the creme fraiche is going to come out, and so is the vanilla swirl. Right now, those two are completely absent in this taste on the shake. The dominant flavors on my profile is the raspberry and the cola.
Yeah, that'll have been the raspberry sauce that obviously they poured over the ice cream, innit?
And I do think that those two are going to come together quite nicely. And once you get the cream in there, this is going to take on a whole new characteristic. This is a very interesting flavor. This is definitely one I'm glad that we mixed up on a random, because I want to know what this is going to taste like later on. I love the recipes that have cream in it as a characteristic, but aren't the forefront. Like, that's the problem with this Cloud Nerds. It's mainly cream with a hint of peach.
Rather than the other way around, peach with the
I want like
cream as the
canned
background.
peaches, that sweetness and that peachy flavor essence, with just a hint of like whipped cream.
Yeah. Pretty much reversal of what it's doing.
Opposite of what most people mix up. Most people mix up, they want that cream forefront, and then they want the fruit as an accent. Kind of like if you had cottage cheese with fruit. You can buy them here in the States as a package, and you just flip the fruit into the cottage cheese, stir it up, and you're mainly tasting the cottage cheese with accents of fruit.
Well, when we do, they do like cottage cheese with pineapple. There'll just be a few pineapple chunks in with the cottage cheese. You know what I mean? But
exactly.
Primarily, it's cottage cheese. Yeah.
And you mix it up as soon as you open it, because if you put fruit in with a dairy, they separate and it's disgusting.
Yeah, God's all caca.
But man, have I been spoiled today with all kinds of flavor assortments from all over the world.
Been ruined. Absolutely ruined.
No, because it's lighting a fire under my ass to do more mixing. I had so much fun this weekend coming up with those 4 recipes to try. Legit, you know, that one I only changed one ingredient, and it destroyed that recipe. Right? But there's so many recipes that are so close, and it's like, okay, let me swap out the flavor that isn't forefront that should be for the percentage that it's in there. Let me find a different brand of that flavor and swap them out until I find the right balance.
Yeah.
This is a little mad scientist in me.
That's what I mean. You need to be in your lab.
Let me play with this one. Let me try this one.
Yeah.
It's literally gotten to the point sometimes now I'll sit down and I'll make 4 variations of the same thing at the same time to go, okay, which ones of these is going to turn out beautifully and which one's just going to end up getting washed down the drain? Because I'm not even going to mess with it.
Definitely. But that's the beauty of creating recipes, or and
the development time cuts it in half, or even greater if you do multiple at the same time. Try one with a higher this, lower this, and then come like, okay, what does this taste like? What does that taste like? Okay, what's the difference between the two? And then you let them sit, and you come back to it a month later, and it's like, all 4 of them are completely different than your initial experience. But which way did things go? That's a part of learning you don't get without actually trying it yourself.
My advice to you is watch more cookery programs, because you nailed that bagel tart after watching that. You need to watch more cookery programs.
Listen, I attribute all my success to the flavors profiles. They're all relatively the same strength, and they hold their own when you put them with something else. I've got so many flavorings from all different brands, even flavor art, that don't stand up and hold their position in the line when you mix it up. There's certain characteristics when you put them together. I don't even remember what it was. Pineapple and something else makes a cherry flavor, but only when you use certain ingredients, certain recipes, certain brands. Other times it just tastes like a muddled mess, like no different than trying to vape straight up VG.
I suppose it kind of is. you know, some flavors combined will make another flavor a bit like a color chart. You know, like yellow and blue make green. You know, so there's that kind of thing going on, isn't there? Where you don't necessarily, like you said, you don't necessarily need a cola to make a cola. You can combine this, and this to make a cola, and it'll probably be better than your standard cola.
I'm not going to give away the secret, but I will take a look at it.
It's an interesting thing to sort of. It is a science in a sense, I suppose.
Well, that's like when I made my cherry whiskey. You know, I put cherry juice and Flavor Art's other cherry flavoring in there with some lemon Sicily and lemon lime soda, and I came up with a cherry whiskey. It still retained the cherry aspects of it, but there's no lemon lime in there. It legit tastes like a whiskey.
But again, like, you know, you might start off with a base flavor and you'll add another flavor that will make that base flavor shine more rather than the other flavor coming in. You know what I mean? It accentuates the flavor that you're dealing with. It's a fucking science, man. Honestly, it really is.
Let me look and see if this is a public recipe I can show you. Yes. Yes, it is. Awesome. You want to know how to make a cola without any cola flavoring? Check this out.
That's how you do it. Have you actually mixed it, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
and it takes a good month, and it tastes kind of like a flat Coke, like you get out of a fountain machine where the carbonation's starting to run a little low. But this tastes like a freaking cola. And the primary ingredient is sherbet at 10.5%.
Sherbet.
Then you got some fairy floss, which is nothing more than cotton candy, essentially, at 4%. Some blood orange, some bourbon, some caramel, cinnamon swirl.
Wow.
And a little WS-23 to give you a little cooling sensation. That actually, I think, needs to be turned up a little bit.
It tastes like a cola. Jesus.
Like a generic cola.
That's so cool. There you go. There's Darren. You know, he's a clever guy, isn't he? Got his lab.
And here you go. You know, you want to take it to a cherry cola, or you want to, you know, give it more of the twist of like an energy drink. There's how to do it. You want to make it more like a root beer? Add some licorice.
Holy shit. And he's even got the substitutions there as well. Flavor Art, TFA, Flavor Evolution. Wow. I like his stuff. Like it does exactly what it says on the tin, to be honest with you. He's really good.
Yeah, I even left a comment on it back in 2022.
It's just a shame he's in bloody Australia. I wish he was closer to home.
Yeah. I was so impressed with that.
Wow. Absolutely wow.
Mate, I made myself 3 cups of coffee for today's live stream, and I brought myself 2 of those bottles. But because it's so pungent, the other one's still sitting in the fridge. And I still got a cup and a half of coffee.
It'll be cold now.
Oh, yeah. I've drank my share of cold coffee. As a paramedic, I can't count how many times I poured myself a cup of coffee, and I leave to go on a call and come back 6, 8, 10 hours later. My coffee's been sitting on the table the whole time. And I pick it up, take a swig, and go about my business.
No, not cold.
Yes, cold.
Ugh. Nah. That's what microwaves are for, mate.
You would be surprised how coffee even changes flavor based on the temperature. When you first pour a hot cup of coffee and put some creamer in there, the creamer takes the primary forefront of your tongue and your palate when you drink it, right?
That's how I like it.
Yeah. But when you let the coffee sit, the cream takes a back seat, and it's more of that coffee, cold coffee, iced coffee flavor that's forefront.
My daughter drinks iced coffee all the time. I've tried it. Oh, God, no. It's a hot beverage, like tea. It is a hot beverage. Not cold.
How about cold brew coffee?
Oh, fuck no. No.
They legit
no.
pour the water over the grounds and have them seep, the ground seep like tea bags inside the water overnight. Then you filter that out and you drink the coffee. Add your cream, your sugar, your caramel, your whipped cream, and...
No, it's got to be warm. I'm sorry. You know, it's a hot beverage in my eyes. It's not a cold beverage. Nah. No, it's vile. I don't even like cold tea. It's just fucking wrong. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's just, no. It's wrong. Call me a traditionalist, whatever, but it's just wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it's about being a traditionalist, mate. It's about the fact that people have different things that tickle their fancy. I don't care what country you live in. I don't care, you know, what upbringing you've had. There are certain things that, you know, you get to experience and just isn't your cup of tea. Caviar. Have you had caviar?
No. I
It's
don't
disgusting.
fancy it either. It looks vile. Fish eyes. No.
Capers. You like capers?
Sorry, it's fish eggs. My beg my pardon.
It is.
Capers. What's capers?
The little seed that is like olives that are macerated in a liquid and then...
Oh, I don't like olives. Olives are vile. They're just...
I love olives.
They're like eating balls of grease. They're just disgusting. They're too oily. Ugh.
Black olives.
No.
If green olives are too oily for you, try the black olives. I
Well,
love black olives on my sandwiches and my salads.
I had a holiday in Greece and I tried olives. I had a Greek salad. They put black olives in and they were immediately removed. I tried one and went, nope, they are coming out. Loved the Greek salad, but with the olives, nope.
They love virgin olives in Greece.
But the ironic thing
In
is,
Italy.
the drizzled olive oil over the salad. And I like that bit, but I didn't like the olives, so figure that one out.
Probably the salty brine that they use for the olives.
Possibly. Loved it. Feta cheese and everything. Fantastic. Loved it. And that's where I had my first experience with cold. They love cold coffee out there. They do them by the glass full. Yeah. No. It was 100 degrees. I need a cool drink. Have a cold coffee. Nope. Where's the beer?
Yeah. Beer is universal. I don't care what country you go to. Beer is a universal beverage.
Of course it is. Everybody likes a beer.
And they're all going to be different.
Just a nice unwind.
My experience, American beers, unless you go, I don't know what this thing is with the IPAs. I don't care for any kind of IPA. Too bitter.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe American IPAs are totally different because UK IPAs are absolutely fucking beautiful. God, they're like
What
a bitter.
spoiled me
Nice.
for beer is German beer. I got to taste it as a
German.
kid. German beer
beer.
is so flavorful and so full of bodied. Nothing can compare to that.
I'd say the French beer is good as well. You know, French beer is not too bad either. German and
Never got
French
to have
beer is
any
pretty
French.
good. French beer, it's like that's 1664. Could it be Belgium? Belgium, right? It's French Belgium. Yeah, Stella Artois French beer. All right.
I'll have to get some. I've never had Stella Artois. I've seen plenty of people drink it and stuff and try it and whatnot. And it looked like the same pisswasser that we have here in the States that everybody loves. Budweiser and Coors Light. And
it's not
I'm like a
bad
hearty beer, like a
I say-
Yingling. But even Yingling is
it's
too
not a bad
sweet
beer.
sometimes.
I mean, we still get all the foreign beers. We've got your Carlin, the Fosters and all that crap. You know, they're like the normal lagers, but like a nice beer. You know, not many.
I never realized Foster's was a blasphemy in Australia.
You know what it is here? It's quite a nice. If you go to a pub and get a pint of Foster's, it's quite a nice pint off the pub. Quite a nice pint. Cans are 50-50. You know, you can take it or leave it. When you get one off the same with like Stella, you get like a pint of Stella or a pint of Foster's or whatever in a pub. Wow.
Draft beer is completely different than canned beer.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
Totally different. When I drink Stella over can, it gives us an awful headache. But if I go to a pub, I can drink it all night and be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine. But over can, for some reason, it gives us an awful headache. I don't know why.
Mallory's up to her shenanigans again. She hasn't typed in any commands to get our attention. Did you hear about the constipated mathematician? He worked it out with a pencil.
Oh, it was the blunt end, not the. Oh, it was there with the rubber on.
See, even Eddie catches onto it.
There you go, sir. I'm just getting a nice.
Love it.
This is a glass of Dead Man's Finger rum with a drop of lemonade in, just to refresh the palate.
You guys love to mix your stuff like that. Even the Irish car bombs were my nemesis when I was a DJ. You can take a shot of whiskey and you drop it in a pint of beer.
Jaeger bombs, bro. Lovely Jaeger bombs.
Oh, Jaeger bombs I like, but I prefer the cherry bombs myself.
Yeah, always mixing. I remember years ago, you used to get a pint of half and half. It was like a bitter of like, it was like half a pint of scotch, which was a very dark beer, and a lager beer. And you just get half and half. You used to just get two. And you just get a black velvet. A black velvet was Guinness with black currant in it. Oh.
Ooh, that sounds interesting to me. I would really like to try that one.
You just get a pint of Guinness and it was black currant cordial. You just drop a black currant in. Oh. Lovely.
Guinness is such a hearty beer.
Oh, it's a stout, isn't it? It's not a beer, it's a stout.
Yes.
But years ago, I used to drink a lot, but it used to give us constipation. I could never do it.
Mallory's got a pencil for you.
If I had a session on Guinness, I couldn't go to the toilet for a week. Honestly, you were like, oh, Christ. You know what I mean? It was terrible. It used to give us terrible constipation. I don't know why. Now, bugger the hell. Nah, totally different now. I think as you get older, things get looser anyway, so it doesn't matter what you put in.
Your diet changes too. You're not eating as much crap anymore. You know, you're more happy to eat a salad and, chili or beans. Have them in your diet.
I love stuff like
not
that.
all sweets and candies and junk.
I used to have a terrible sweet tooth, but now I'd rather have something savoury. I'd rather go for. If you give me a choice between a cake and say a pasty or a pie, I'll go straight for the pasty or the pie or a sandwich, At the minute, well, local Greg's is like a local baker's. Obviously, they do all the pasties, pies, savouries. At the minute, I'm into the ham salad sandwich, right? It's just ham, lettuce, boiled egg with mayonnaise on. Oh my God, I can't get enough of them. They're absolutely fabulous. Love them.
That sounds fantastic. I would really enjoy that.
Oh, it's fantastic. Just simple sandwich, but it hits the spot.
I love eggs and I love potatoes. I don't care how you cook the potato. I love potatoes.
Oh,
Mallory wants to know, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he's outstanding in his field.
Give Get to feck, Mallery. Away. Jesus.
Hashtag dad jokes.
Tell you what it is, mind. Right?
Yep.
You know when I said there was something in it that would just taste a bit harsh?
Yeah.
That's gone. I don't know why, but it's gone.
It's the champagne soda. I told you. That fizzy characteristics, it takes months to get rid of.
It's when I first tried it, it was like it was too much nicotine. It was a massive throat hit. Now it's not. I don't know what you mixed it up. You mixed it up as a 3 mil. You definitely did it as a 3 mil.
And I rewatched the video to confirm that I put the right amount in.
Yeah, yeah. And now it's. I'm vaping it at 100 watts of a dripper, and it's just. What the hell? You know what I mean?
I have got a whole box of e-liquids that I've mixed them up and it just wasn't my cup of tea or it just didn't taste right. I've revisited so many of them, literally months and even years later. And it's just like, wow, this actually did turn out really good.
What you have nailed out that's a fantastic black currant. It's really nice. Really nice. Absolutely fantastic. Really nice black currant, that. Absolutely lovely.
Listen, I'm going to tell you the same thing the chefs will tell you when you go to a restaurant. It's the ingredients. It's not me. It's the ingredients. You put quality ingredients in, you will get a quality product.
That is really, that's turned out really, I mean, when was that Christmas? What we're in now? April?
Yeah.
Took 4 months, but it's, worth the wait. Really nice.
Listen, I know. I've talked to people that have made and sold commercial e-liquid stuff, and they said sometimes you leave them sit in the warehouse 6 months before you ship them because they won't taste right until they've aged for 6 months. It's not just bourbons and beverages that you need to sit there and age.
And then, obviously, when they go to a shop, they sit on the shop shelves for however long as well.
Who knows how long?
In every bottle.
It is very difficult for you to come up with a recipe that has shelf-stable performance. I've had so many shaken vapes that were fantastic, but you revisit them a month later and they're just lackluster.
I think everything's got a shelf life of some sort. You know what I mean? Some longer, some shorter. I think.
Oh, I didn't bring it in here. It's sitting in the bedroom.
If you get a shaken vape that you can vape straight away, that's fantastic because you can just do it. But obviously, like you said, with some you've got to leave them to do their thing, haven't you?
One of the ones that you really liked, mate. My wife and I, last night before we came to bed, decided to clean out underneath the couch. Found a couple dogs' raw hides, a bunch of miscellaneous garbage stuff, and a couple bottles of e-liquid that has disappeared underneath the sofa.
Okay? How the hell did it get on the sofa?
That's what we were wondering. How the hell did these things get underneath there? Big dog bone, this big around, somehow managed to get into underneath the sofa when the clearance in the front of the sofa is only like 1.25 inches. Like
What
3
the hell?
centi tall is the clearance between the carpet and the thing, and somehow this dog bone that's, 6 centis tall was under the sofa.
Under the sofa. Holy moly.
Well, guess what I found underneath there? Look when that was mixed up.
Holy fuck.
Go get it.
From the 29th, 2022. Shit. Holy moly. Oh, come on, Mallery. I love it. Love it, Mallery. Mixed up in 2022 at 13:15, so that's November 29th, 2022. Jesus Christ. All flavors, so it should be a good one. I've just looked, it's all flavors flavoring, so it should be a good one. Jesus Christ.
This isn't something that you left in your car and that was exposed to the sun.
Holy moly. Damn.
Season 1, episode 12.
That doesn't look good, that. Like, it doesn't look very healthy, does it? I was just looking at the recipe, I was thinking, ooh, it's all flavors, juice. I bet it's nice. Obviously not. You're not. You are not. Oh! No way. Oh! Oh, yeah. I can't believe you've just done that. I cannot believe you've just done that. No.
You know what,
Hell
though?
no.
You know what it tastes like?
Weird, is it?
Banana marshmallow custard tart. It's held its flavor profile.
Bullshit. No way. 20, it's 2 years old.
The only thing lackluster in this on the knuckle test is the graham crust.
Jesus.
When I finish off this right here, that last little 10 mils I got left of this blue, it's not OG blue, just blue.
You're really on. You're actually going to be.
I'm going to clean this out and I'm going to put it in that banana marshmallow custard tart because I want to see if it vapes as good as it tastes. I want to see if that graham crust is there on the vape, but not in the e-liquid, or is it literally a watered down banana marshmallow?
Looks like fucking tar, mate. You can't vape that, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. That's black.
Looks like Guinness.
Fucking does.
You drink Guinness when it's that dark. Why won't I vape this?
There's a difference between a Guinness and that.
Listen,
like,
I
there's a big
vaped
difference.
the blue Raz that this one company did that's legit blue in color. It was great for taking pictures and putting it on Facebook and stuff. But why is there blue food coloring in e-liquid? Why? That's just stupid. It doesn't need to be there. But I vaped it anyway. Didn't kill me. Then you have
Now
other
that,
stuff.
like, it looks...
Here's a Keep It 100. Same color as the new stuff.
Yeah, but it's not fucking black.
This is actually a blue slushy iced. Not even OG blue. And you can tell I didn't really care for it because I only went through half a bottle of it before I gave up. My wife doesn't even like it. But I did find something when I was cleaning my vape stuff out and reorganizing things. I still have a bottle of the original candy cane that I bought to quit smoking.
Fuck. Jesus. Still held its color as well? Wow. How old
It's
is
0
that then?
milligram. It's going to hold its color forever.
How old is that bottle then?
3 years.
Fuck. No way.
Unfortunately, the company went out of business at the beginning of the PMTA. They've been out of business for 2 years. Never published the recipe, so I don't know what is in there. It's not just the candy cane. There's some kind of chocolate in there as well. From my memory of the flavor profile. But
shit.
You know, when
But
Darren
it's
first
super-
reached out to us, he says that if you ever find that liquid again, send me a bottle and I'll make you up one. I'm tempted, man. It's my last bottle of it. just for nostalgic purposes. But I don't want it to be like he'll come up with a recipe and I'll be just as disappointed as when I ordered this OG blue that's not OG anymore.
But you can guarantee Darren will match that. You know, he's a clever guy. He'll give that for you, no problem.
Let's be honest, okay? I'm a scientist at heart. I know with a mass spectrometer, you could identify exactly what compounds are in there and at what percentages, and you could formulate a recipe that would duplicate it.
Yeah, man.
If you've got enough data from previous experience, you can come up with the exact duplicate of that. It's like creating a clone of something. If you know what's in it, you can create the replicate that.
Easy. This day and age, definitely. I think he would be able to recreate me, like I really do. He's got the gate to do it, hasn't he? But is it a flavour that you would return to? Obviously, you quit on it, but you know, would you return to it, or would it be a total different thing?
I love candy cane. It's normally my treat in Christmas time. And, I'll have the Starlight Mint. I always get a bag, right after Thanksgiving, and I'll sit there and that'll be my treat the whole way until usually mid-January, early February. Yeah.
We can send him half a bottle then. You vape half and send him the other half.
I know I've got one more somewhere. I don't know where it's at. Because I saved 2 bottles after I finished the last one. I'm like, listen, this is something I'm going to put aside, and at my 5-year anniversary, I'm going to vape it, and then I'm going to do it again at my 10-year anniversary.
10 years? Jesus. It lasts that long.
It's like, a bottle of champagne. Or like whiskey.
They mature with age.
How many times do they let that mature for 20 or 30 years before they open it?
It's same with the fine wine. You let it mature, but that's a total different kettle of fish. That's an alcoholic beverage.
Mallery. I'm sorry, and I apologize. Mean the exact same thing, except at a funeral.
Yeah. Nail on the head.
My favorite Disney movie is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I love a hero with a twisted backstory. Hey, a new study recently found that humans eat more bananas than monkeys. It's true. I can't remember the last time I ate a monkey.
Oh, now we're scraping the barrel. Now you've gone downhill on that one.
Listen, we all need a good laugh. We all need to be able to sit there and blow off all the steam of all of our life experiences that don't tantamount to what we expect them to. And unfortunately, we do need to cut things off because do you realize it's at 5 hours and 20 minutes?
No fucking way. Honestly.
Woo. Mate, not paying attention to the time. 20 past 10, your time.
If you're having fun, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you and I chat for hours sometimes after the stream's over.
This is it, man. What my girlfriend would have managed to take a picture. I gave her a loaf of bread and then left it. Oh, fucking hell.
Go ahead, you can read it.
My girlfriend wanted a marriage just like a fairy tale. I gave her a loaf of bread and left her in the heart. Oh, God almighty. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck?
Fantastic. We had a beautiful experience today. I got on my soapbox and blew off some steam, probably chased away a bunch of people, but I don't care. I need to get it off my chest. And somebody needs to say what other people don't. I applaud Colin Mendelsohn for his testimony before the New South Wales inquiry into vaping. I applaud his position that schools should have a designated vaping area where kids that are addicted to nicotine can go get a prescription from their doctor and can take a break during the day. The beneficial effects of using nicotine especially for kids with ADHD and whatnot. It's way better for them to consume nicotine, a natural chemical that is in our foods that we eat on a regular basis. It is better for them to consume that than some pharmaceutically lab-created drug and the amphetamines and all the other things that they're using to treat kids that could be treating themselves with a vape. I applaud him for saying this kind of thing.
Yep. It's going to be in a controlled environment as well, so you know what I mean? It's fucking hell, man.
But we self-medicated ourselves for decades.
Yeah, well, yeah, still do. We still do.
We still do. And our lives are so much better because of this. I don't care what anybody tells me.
You think about with the internet, we actually self-diagnose as well, and then we self-medicate.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Everybody's WebMDing their diagnoses.
Yeah. Oh shit, I've got that. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die.
Man, the brain fog I had and the Alzheimer's and the dementia and all that other stuff is just gone. Treated myself.
Cheers, bud.
I feel good. I'm fully functional. This isn't gonna kill me. So I'm not gonna quit.
Exactly.
To each their
Especially
own.
when you make your own. It's even better.
Exactly.
Even better when you make your own.
Especially now. The longer you do this, the better you get. The more recipes you have under your belt, you can always turn to.
Exactly.
So, anyway, my wish as always, peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead. Fantastic Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we'll be back next Tuesday for another episode. I'm going to leave you with my mate to sign off for the evening.
Again, thank you everybody in chat who joined us. Absolutely love it when you all guys get in, and obviously you're now interacting with all the little buttons and stuff you can do now, the fireworks, etc. I absolutely love it. As always, thanks to Alex for putting us up. God, I mean, how long he's been putting up with us now, but he puts up with us. Again, guys, you know, hit the thumbs up on this. You know, give us a little like on the way out. Also, consider subscribing to our channels. You know, want more info, reviews, etc. We are both trying our best to inform you on the latest gear, but you know, easier said than done at times. But again, as always, we will be back same time, same place next week. And until then, you all have a fantastic week. In the meantime, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. Well, take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.